Nice try, bitch. Nice try, bitch. It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
You realize we just start the show hating each other when you do that? It's 28 degrees right now, but much like Tommy's mom, it is going down. Low of 16. It looks like it'll be in the 20s for most of the day.
Yeah.
If you made the mistake of not shoveling your driveway this weekend, thinking that the 40-degree weather would melt it, but that it just turned into slush and now it's an ice rink, good luck.
Slush, then another layer of snow, then some ice, then a little of snow on top of that.
There's nothing I can do now. It now belongs to the universe. There is not a shovel I own that would be able to handle what has happened in my driveway.
True.
So if you're coming over to my house, walk gently through my driveway. I want to talk about a new business that has opened up
what's
on
going
the
on?
east side. Well, it's a new business of a type of business that is just now dominating the greater Rochester area.
Blowing up, huh?
I mean, it's...
Where you got your cannabis?
No. This is on the other side of it.
Oh.
The Empire Sportsplex has opened in Baytown Plaza. It is a 6,000 square foot athletic facility.
Okay.
It includes a turf field, batting cages, and a weight room. And it's one of these places that I'm assuming will house kids that are playing baseball, probably, soccer, like a field for soccer, field hockey.
Yeah, like any kind of indoor training, really.
Okay, the amount, Tommy, of these facilities in our area now is staggering.
So every town's got one.
Every town's got multiple.
Really?
No joke. I can't think of a town that doesn't have at least 2 indoor turf areas within the town proper.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that long ago. I know you're trying to come up with something you couldn't.
No.
It was not long ago.
No.
Yeah, I grew up in Gates.
Yeah.
And the first one of these facilities to open in our area was the Total Sports Experience, TSE.
Huge.
Massive facilities. It had what? One giant soccer field.
Yep, and then it had those little like the walled
box lacrosse fields
for box lacrosse, soccer, like smaller sports.
So that opened, I think, when I was like a freshman in high school.
So this is all for high schools to use in the wintertime?
High school club teams, things like that.
There's that much of that stuff?
So, Tommy, I'm telling you, it boggles my mind as well. But the fact that another one of these is opening, and all of them are always booked solid all the time.
Damn.
The amount of youth sports that has taken over this world is almost incomprehensible.
Gotta be.
I mean, it's a good thing. Okay. It's a double-edged sword.
Why is that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because it's great that the kids now have the ability to go do whatever sport they want to play, no matter the season.
Yeah.
Right? Because, Kimmy, when you were a kid, did you have indoor soccer?
Yeah, so there was the Total Sports Experience, and then there was another one, and I'm not really sure where it was, but I can picture being there. We had our game, like our winter games there, but I have no idea where it was. I think it was somewhere on the east side.
Okay. Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it was older.
By the way, Kimmy, not to alarm you, but Ryan writes us on Instagram, you guys are not coming through the radio.
Not coming through the radio.
Not sure why.
Okay, well, it's not like they can hear us anyway if we're doing this thing.
All
Hello,
right.
YouTube. I guess you're the only ones catching the show right now. And I'd say go check out YouTube, but it sounds like we're not coming through the radio. But we'll press on.
Okay.
We'll press on here. Again, sorry, Kimmy, so you had indoor. Like when I was a kid, if you played an outdoor sport that required grass, you couldn't play that in the winter.
Well,
right?
yeah.
So you were kind of SOL, and maybe it made you
So
sit
you can
around.
train year-round.
Exactly. And I guess it's a good thing that the kids are always constantly moving and doing sports and things like that. Awesome. On the other hand, it breeds this, how do I put this?
Right.
Over-competitive, over-training.
Yeah, over-injury.
That and
repetitive injuries.
The injuries is a problem. The folks taking one specific sport way too seriously all year long. Because, my daughter plays hockey.
Right.
And I would love for her to play a second sport. But hockey is all-consuming, and she likes playing it so much that she won't.
Yeah, where would you fit it in anyway?
And that's just it. Like, she can maybe run, track in the springtime, but there's spring hockey, so we'd have to juggle those two things.
Yeah.
And she doesn't like soccer. She thought about playing lacrosse, but, that becomes a whole other monster.
Kind of like hockey.
Like, when I was a kid, and that's most guys, over 30, you were able to play football, hockey, basketball, baseball. Like, I got to play all those things.
Yeah, I told you, I went to that really small Christian school in Florida, and our baseball team, soccer team, basketball team, it was the same team.
Okay.
It was the same guys.
Yeah.
They just played all three because it was a small school, and those were the athletes. So all those guys did that. which I think is probably healthier.
I agree with you, and I mean, it gives you a better. I love all those sports because I played all those sports. Like, I am sad that my daughter isn't experiencing other sports.
It sucks that like your kids really don't get like an off season anymore. You know, like
summer.
if you're not doing, but yeah, if you if they even play just one sport, I mean, you can carry that through as long as you want.
Yeah, no,
through the year,
I mean, summers have got to suck now.
Well, I mean,
summers were always for like baseball, soccer.
But I'm just
lacrosse.
talking about running around having fun.
Yeah.
I mean, screw that. I mean, getting high and feeling somebody up and enjoying your summer.
yeah, I don't know how my 14-year-old feels about getting
I'm
high
not
and feeling
talking
somebody
about-
up. No, because I was
Everybody gets felt up at some point,
Well-
Pat. Even the Pope got felt up.
Well-
Come on, everybody got felt up.
I want no more part of the show.
What? No more part of this
You
show.
know what I mean.
I'm out.
252 WCMF. We are talking about this new facility that opened in Penfield in Baytown Plaza. It's called the Empire Sportsplex. It's another indoor sports facility with the grass turfs. They got batting cages. They got weight rooms. And I'm telling you, Tommy, every town has two of these. But going back to the whole total sports experience, I remember when they opened gates and I walked in there the first time. And
You
I
had
was
to been blown away because you'd never seen one before.
It was amazing. They had a basketball court up there, too. Like, I could not believe it. The Sports Garden was the original one in Henrietta.
Maybe that's what I'm
the
thinking
one that
of.
was off like West Henrietta?
It's still there. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, and I remember like being blown away by that when I walked in
Yeah.
there the first time. And then the one at Gate showed up, and it's like, this is the greatest thing that ever
it was
happened.
like the newest, coolest. Like that place was packed every weekend.
And now,
wall-to-wall people.
And now, Kimmy, there's one of those in every town. Like, and some of them are combined. For example, in
That's it.
Webster, on the campus of the two high schools,
Yeah.
they have a combined ice hockey rink, indoor turf facility.
Oh, really?
It's this massive facility. So my daughter plays spring hockey in Webster because that's a fun ride to do from West Henrietta.
Yeah.
Hey, you got 35 minutes per drive.
No kidding.
And then another 2 hours to watch her play hockey for a league that doesn't matter. Not that it matters anyway. But yeah, man, like they have outdoor fields across the street where kids are always playing soccer. They have the indoor facility where kids are always playing soccer. And then this rink where they're just turning it over every hour.
And plus, they have that massive aquatic center over there.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It is insane. And I want to say, you see stuff like this and you go, eventually you're going to oversaturate.
Something's got to give.
But Kimmy, I mean,
So far, no.
Yeah, and I mean, like there are like those massive complexes where you can play multiple sports, and then there are like these smaller ones popping up for like just specific sports, like whether it's baseball or hockey, lacrosse. You know what I mean? Like, so you can just bring your kid to that one place to train for whatever sport they're into.
And I think the reason why these things are so popular and they keep popping up is that this is proof that parents are paying for specialized instruction for their kid outside of the teams they're playing on, which is insane.
So it's got to be, from the parents' idea, besides getting the kid out and getting them active, thinking they're going to shave something off of college.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Because that would be the only financial benefit is you knock something off of tuition.
I think yes, but I also think it's just a competitive thing for a lot of parents. Like they want their kid to be the best in whatever level they're playing.
Well, there's also pressure from your kid, though, because, like, look, just speaking personally, my daughter wants to play college hockey.
So
No, I hope she gets to. I hope if that is what her goal is, she gets to play college hockey. But I'm under no illusion that, like, sending her to, like, off-season training, individual, like little small group stuff is going to help her get there. But her friends do it, and she wants to go do it.
Right.
So, like,
but the odds of you even getting that are pretty slim, correct?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, we'll go.
I mean, to get to college.
Yeah,
hockey.
absolutely.
Right.
Yes, yeah. Like it's a
How
hard.
how many programs are out there?
Women's college hockey has become.
It's growing.
Yeah, like there's so many girls playing hockey
okay.
now. It's absolutely insane.
All right.
But I guess what I'm getting at is I'm not sending my daughter thinking she's going to get a Division I scholarship or play for the Olympics. But my daughter comes to me and she wants to do this, and what I mean, it's expensive, but I don't want to be like, you sit at home and sit on your phone instead and not see your friends. Like, what am I? Where's
like
the win?
If she's feeling like she wants to do something more, you want to support that.
Exactly, right? I guess if only to like teach her, like, the harder you work at things, the better you get, whether it's hockey or school.
So you're smart. Don't have kids. You're smart.
Okay.
You're a smart kid.
Way to go, Kimmy.
You're sharp.
You're all over the place.
No, what are you talking about? I'm all over the place.
Talking about 14-year-olds having fun in the summer.
How did he put it, Kimmy? Do you remember?
I don't want to think about it.
I believe the quote was, everyone gets felt up sometimes. Even the Pope got felt up.
Humans got felt up.
I don't remember reading that in his autobiography.
You didn't get the second book.
So, like, again, I'm torn on these things. And, I mean, part of me is
What?
a little suspicious, Kimmy, of the people that are opening these things up.
Why? It's just a building.
Why you think? I mean, a lot of it is because there's such a demand for this extra training. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, most of these people are certified trainers.
Yes. All right, let me put it this way.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you brought your own people. Like you just rented the room at a time
Sometimes
with your
I think
coach
you
and you do
can,
your
but
thing.
I'm guessing. I think a lot of them, the purpose of opening it is you're getting that extra training from,
Oh, so there's
from an
professional trainers.
expert.
Oh, yeah, it goes both
Certified,
ways.
okay.
Yeah, you can do both of them.
Because a lot of them are like former athletes, you know what I mean, doing it, that have been to at a certain level of the sport.
All right, let me put it this way.
What's up?
I want to believe, and I know there are a lot of men and women who just love working with kids, and they want to share their knowledge with them, and they have this specific skill that they can pass down. And that's amazing. And
Okay.
it's fantastic, and it's a beautiful thing, right? I am also aware that there are some of these people that know that parents
That
can
are just crazy parents.
well, no, they can give parents the impression that with their help, their kid can get to a level the kid would not have gotten to, which could potentially lead to, they'll play in college, or they'll go play junior somewhere, or they can make something of themselves. And it does feel like some of these folks, and I'm not implying it's this place or any,
Yeah.
can assert that pressure on parents, which makes the parents believe something that isn't
Well, it's
true.
a
Well, I
jive
think
sales job.
I think it goes beyond that because I know that there have been some teams or facilities opened. It's people jaded by the other places.
Okay.
Like,
like this is not good enough for my kid?
Or like, well, their kid didn't make that team,
Yeah.
or they had an issue with the coach or person running it, so I'm going to do it my way and I'm going to open my own thing. You know what I mean?
It is funny to that point, like the amount of splintered off, like soccer teams,
Yeah,
travel
yeah,
soccer teams,
yeah.
lacrosse teams, hockey teams, because, a kid didn't make this team and their parents wanted him to play at this level, so
Yeah.
they find somebody with money to, like, start another program.
And
And
it's
now,
not a politics, right?
well, I mean, that's what's said.
What do you mean?
There's two ways to look at it.
I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of infighting. And,
Oh, yeah, no, there's a ton of that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there are some cities that have, like, for hockey, for example, right? Like, the community will have one travel hockey team, like a high-end one, like a middle-tier one, a lower-end one. Everybody gets to play,
All right,
right? But, I mean, there's kids that are up here and there are kids that are
Yeah.
down here, and it's how it's always going to be, where those programs are, like, unstoppable, and the kids are getting exactly what they need to get based on the level they're in. They're playing competitively, and they're having fun and everything. When you break all that stuff up and you go play other communities that have these teams, you get the crap kicked out of you
Yeah.
because you don't have the best of the best playing the best of the best.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
So it's like, what are we doing here? It's just youth sports.
It's got to be exhausting.
Bro, youth sports would be the greatest thing in the world if it weren't for the parents.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. It
Makes sense.
sucks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But the money and the time you got to spend. That my parents did not have to do any of this.
But now it almost feels mandatory.
Yeah.
It's a second job.
It really is. And you need a second job to get to the second
Yeah.
job, so it's a third job.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, here's the thing. It ain't just us. Like, I don't mean to crap on, folks in our community. I saw something I told you guys about yesterday.
What'd you saw?
So I was in Ottawa and for a hockey tournament with my daughter because, again, part-time job.
Yeah.
And they had practices on Sunday morning before my daughter's game. And I'm looking at these kids, and there's like 5 sheets of ice, and they're all practicing in these black and white jerseys. And they have numbers going up to the hundreds, like 400, 500, 600 on these kids' jerseys. And one of the dads is standing there, and we're talking. And I go, why are the numbers so high? This guy tells me that in Canada, now this is one dad telling me, that when your kid starts playing hockey at 4,
Right.
whatever town,
A 4-year-old.
yeah, province, whenever they start, they are assigned a number that stays with them until they are 19 years old.
So that's their jersey number.
That is their number, like in practice and tryouts forever.
So it's like their social security number
I
for
know.
hockey.
Yes,
Well,
and
how high do the numbers go?
I saw like up to 300.
I was
don't
gonna say you'd have to have like 4 digits on that jersey
Yeah.
at some point.
Maybe it's per town, but that way,
Okay.
when they try out for different teams,
Yeah.
Okay.
they can go back into this database and see the kid's entire development from 4
Okay,
all the
that's
way
too
up.
much.
Bro,
Yeah,
it
that's
was.
That's
insane.
insane.
And I'm looking at this guy like he's crazy. He goes, "No, it's a really efficient way
And
to
it
do
can't
it."
be fun for the kids at that point.
I don't know.
It just can't. It's like you're in the military at 4.
I don't know, man. I mean, Canadians take their hockey very seriously.
All right.
But, like, I'm looking at him, and he's looking at me like I'm an idiot. Like, no, what other efficient way would you
But
plan
they're
on
going to
doing
have to
it?
get rid of that when they become another state, right? I mean, they'd have to change all that.
Unless we take on their efficient youth hockey way of
all right.
judging kids. I don't know, man. Like I'm very lucky where my daughter plays in a program that it's fun, it's competitive, but it's not over the top.
If I were you, and this is terrible to say,
Yes.
because I'm lazy and I'm very selfish.
Yeah.
Like if my kid was like that, I would be praying for them to find something else to do. Like by the time they're 14, I'm praying for a boyfriend, or I want to hang out with my friends at the mall. Like I'm dying to get out of this.
No, but here's the thing.
Because it's like the mafia.
But whatever they choose, it becomes this. Because you talk about hang out with my friends at the mall. They don't have friends to hang out with because their friends are doing travel, sports, or activities that take up their lives.
Can't do it.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call. Again,
All
we're talking about this new facility that's opened in Baytown Plaza, Empire Sportsplex, another indoor turf field, batting cages, weight room. Every town's got 2 of them now, and that's not including the ice rinks. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Duffy, how's it going?
Good, Chris. What do you got?
Hey, so we are heavily in this travel league, designer, athlete type of deal, and we do football, lacrosse, and basketball, and we travel all along the Northeast just to do lacrosse, and it's insane. Like we look at each other and we're like, what are we doing this for? It's just to hang out with other parents. That's all it is.
I mean,
it's
bro,
like a community that you're designing.
You're right. Like, but at the end of the night on those tournaments on Saturday nights, like you have to get drunk. You have to go get hammered with the other
I
parents.
see that I could get behind.
So, Chris, you brought up I heard, Tommy, now I don't have experience with this because I was never good enough to play as a kid. I heard that like 8 to 10-year-old AAU basketball is by far the worst league to be in because
really?
every parent, Chris, thinks their kids go to the NBA at that point.
Correct. That's really what you're chasing. You're chasing to hopefully have that athlete that makes it to the pros and takes care of mom and dad the rest of their life. You know?
What is Scalola?
Yeah.
Because that ain't happening, man.
Hey, you never know. You got that 1% chance. You know, it's better than a lottery ticket, and you're doing good for your kid, and hopefully.
No, because in a lottery, I could win $10. You either go to the NBA or you get nothing, sir.
Good day,
it's an
sir.
investment.
Chris, thanks for the call,
All right,
buddy.
well,
Keep holding on for dear life, man.
Thanks, bud.
All right, there goes Chris. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, he knows it's silly, but he's also holding on to that hope.
Right.
Your mic's off, Kimmy. Yeah, like he's holding on to that hope that one day his kid's going
Go
to
to
get
the
there.
NBA.
And I think you just to his point, you get sucked into it because it doesn't happen all at once. It's a slow build.
No, you're right.
You know,
You're right.
And the parents have got to feed off of each other. Like, 'cause you're all like-minded in the fact of what you're trying to accomplish here. So you're both buying into the jive and selling it to each other.
Oh, you're talking about mom and dad.
Yeah, the parents out there, too. And the other couples, you know what I mean?
Again, like I've been really fortunate that the parents my kid has grown up with, because some of these girls she's played with since they were 5.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of knew what was up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So we all kind of stand around and we look around and go, it's okay.
Right.
But I have seen some other teams where it's like, ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, they're driven.
Ho, driven's a word.
Right.
We got a dynamite driven.
Driven.
Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's that hot news segment.
What's it called?
Where are they traveling in the hood? with Kimmy?
I mean, they could be.
Oh, sure.
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood apps. Going to remove street names, town references, but there will still be enough clues for you to be able to listen.
Have to listen.
And we're going to figure out where they whine just after 9 o'clock. Set your phone alarm or stay with us. What else do you have to do?
I know.
Your life sucks. You don't take care of your kids.
Yeah, well, they're out traveling around.
And a whole bunch more this morning here on CMF. But first, Tom, talking about making it to the pros.
Yeah.
I guess every guy that's playing in the Super Bowl on Sunday at one point played youth sports.
Oh, yeah.
So their parents kind of nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing.
What's that?
This game on Sunday, I don't care.
That's pretty much how everybody feels in the country now.
But it does kind of feel like we're being held hostage to watch it.
Yeah. Well, you're going to watch. What else are you going to do?
I know, and that's the thing that sucks. I don't want to watch it.
I mean, it's a party.
Is it? It's a party with guests you don't want to hang out with.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Matt. You can argue this is the biggest holiday in America every year.
Sure.
Right? I mean, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu,
Yeah.
you celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. This year it's depressing as hell. Outside of two very specific communities who have already gotten to see this recently, nobody cares.
Seems like it.
In fact, not only do we not care, we kind of hate it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. I mean, Tommy, back in the day, it was easy for this kind of business to rip you off.
Oh.
But with technology now, and the way that we all communicate, the amount of money that the state recovered from people trying to pull this scam is pretty surprising.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Super Bowl Sunday coming up.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Eagles, Chiefs. Again,
Don't care.
it is ranked right now
Yeah.
as the least anticipated Super Bowl of the last quarter century.
Which coming off of the Bills-Chiefs highest ratings of that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
They almost had 60 million people watching it.
Yep. No, I'm assuming it's going to get better numbers just because it's the Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, what else are you doing?
But it's got to be a low-rated Super Bowl.
I mean, look, we're bored with the Chiefs. 3-peat be damned. Nobody really cares about that.
Yeah.
There's no real underdog.
And that's just, you're right. Even
Yeah.
if the Chiefs get beat, Kimmy, there's not this sense of relief.
And we just
right?
saw this show 2 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, even when did the Eagles win? I mean, they've won within
They've
the
won,
last-
and they were there
yeah.
against the
Yeah,
Chiefs a
right,
couple years
right.
ago.
It's a team
I mean,
that we know and we've seen before.
I don't know, like when the Patriots were on their run, I would tune in as much as I hated the Patriots, hoping to see them get beat. And like, don't get me wrong, I want to see the Chiefs lose on Sunday, but I'll be honest, the Chiefs have become so unlikable to me. I'm just indifferent now.
Yeah.
Like even if they get beat, I'm not going to be satisfied.
Well, it seems like
Yeah.
that's the whole country's feeling.
So we just did some quick research, and it was Tommy who brought it up. Thank
Yeah.
you. Just a quick behind the scenes. If the Bills had gone to the Super Bowl, Kimmy and I would have been flying out tomorrow to New Orleans
Oh, yeah.
to go broadcast live.
So sad.
Yeah, and I was going to go to the game.
And you guys are doing this out of your own pocket.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
were going to pay. Just
We're gonna go check it all out, right? Just
Yeah.
experience it.
You should. You're
Yeah.
young. Go have fun. I'll stay here. Don't worry
It's a
about
first for
me.
us in our lifetime.
We literally said you should come because you have family in New Orleans. You were like, oh, good, no.
I don't want to see Frank and Lisa.
Like we didn't even invite him yet. He goes, "I'm not going."
So before the AFC Championship
Yeah.
game, you could buy Super Bowl tickets on the secondary market, and they were about $6,800. And my thought process was, I should buy this ticket now
Yeah.
because if the Bills go, the prices are going to skyrocket.
Well, you've been saving for this with your shoebox.
Since
money.
I was a teenager,
Right.
right? So I'm like, all right, I've got the money. I've been saving since I was like 16 years old.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull the trigger on
Yeah.
this ticket.
Yeah, you were keeping your eye on it the
Yes.
whole way through.
And the only disaster would have been if the Chiefs and Eagles made it in, because
Yeah.
if either Washington or Buffalo went, either I was going to the game with Buffalo or Washington fans were going to drive the price up again. So I told you,
Yeah.
the ticket was $6,800. I was going to buy it. I held off. Right now, you
All right.
can get in the door to see the Super Bowl for $3,500.
Which sounds astronomical until you realize what it actually would have cost you in legit time.
The face value of the ticket
Yeah.
from the NFL is between $4,500 and $5,000. So right now, tickets to the Super Bowl are selling under face value for Chiefs Eagles. That's how much people do not want to watch this game.
So the seats are tanking.
Bro, thank God I didn't buy that ticket.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
would have lost what, $3,000?
My wife would have
Yep.
killed.
Well, I told you, it'd be
I-
cheaper just to go.
Yeah, you're right. Just go to the game.
There have to
Yeah.
be Bills fans out there that bought
Oh,
this ticket,
yeah.
right? I mean, you got to figure
Yeah.
there are people in Western New York right now
You
just
took it in the shorts.
absolutely regretting that decision.
Okay, so here's what really sucks about this. As much as we don't want to,
Yeah.
we're all going to watch this game.
Well, yeah, what else are you going to do on a Sunday? I mean, the whole country shuts down.
And that's just it, right? There is literally nothing.
What are you going to watch reruns of Who's the Boss?
Angela. I mean, look, it's the last major sporting event in America until March Madness starts. We are teetering on the edge of dark sports time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Tommy, I kind of feel like I'm being held hostage by this game on Sunday.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not interested. But if you don't watch the game,
It's a religion. You have to show up.
exactly.
Or you'll burn in NFL hell.
Look, at worst, or I mean, at least you are in work the next day, standing around the water cooler, and everyone's talking about
Right.
But
it.
it's
I mean,
still
you're
a
gonna-
show, man.
Yeah,
I
you're going to
mean,
be left out.
You
not
get New
knowing-
Orleans, you get the halftime show.
Oh, wow,
you
New
get the
Orleans.
commercial.
They've done 100 Super Bowls in New Orleans.
But I'm saying at least there's something there. I mean, you're going to watch.
Shut up, old man. Nobody cares about New Orleans anymore. Wow, the Superdome again. Is that Bourbon Street? How about you get a hurricane? Shut up. Who cares? They call towns parishes. Isn't that unique?
It's a very cool city.
Don't care.
You're not going to watch the commercials? They're very funny.
The commercials have been not funny the last couple of years.
Well, the thing
Now I
about the
sound like an old
commercials,
man.
though, is they now show you them ahead of time. So
They
most
do
of
do that, what I
most
hate.
of the really good commercials you've already seen because
No, you
they'll
both-
preview it ahead of time.
You both love those halftime shows, which
Okay.
I'm never in on those halftime shows. They're too much.
Kendrick Lamar is the halftime show.
Yeah,
he
that's
just,
not going to be for you.
Yeah, but he did
They're
just.
never for me.
He won 5 Grammys on
Yes,
Sunday night
cleaned up.
on an album that was solely hating Drake. So
He just made fun of another guy.
yeah, well, the other guy started it, but then
Yeah.
he ended it, and he won 5 Grammys
Wow.
for it. So I am interested to see what, because there's gonna be a lot of drama there.
All
I am
right.
interested to see that, but.
And the opening is always kind of cool. Who's going to sing the national anthem and all that pageantry?
Yeah, are they going to do it different? No, it's the same.
The flyover.
It's a dome.
No, but they'll show us.
It's
They'll
a
show you some
dome.
fire-
And some
Fireworks,
people go
maybe.
outside and look, then they go back in.
I live near the National Guard Airport. I see jets all the time. 252 WCMF, Super Bowl on Sunday. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Tickets are selling for under face value. It's the least anticipated Super Bowl of the last 25 years. Yet, we are being held hostage to watch this game because if you don't, you are an outcast.
You're going to miss Taylor Swift.
Okay. She ain't performing.
Yeah.
No, but she, be waving. at us.
Wow.
Catch a glimpse
cool.
of her
Yeah.
sitting in a box.
Done that 90
Yeah.
times. Matthew is not being held hostage.
All right, what's he doing?
He writes us on Instagram that he and his family are going bowling on Sunday night.
Okay, so
A
I
fate
know
worse
some
than-
other people that are doing that too, but there's usually TVs on in
Yeah,
the bowling
yeah,
alley.
and I'm
I
not
mean,
bowling.
it's going to be very hard to avoid.
You're not bowling?
I used to bowl.
You are dressed like a champion bowler. You look like you won the Odor Eaters Open in '79. So here's what's funny.
What?
It's estimated on an annual basis that 60% of Americans watch the Super Bowl,
Got to be.
which is a ton of people.
Right.
But that means 40% of Americans don't.
But what do they do?
And that's what I want to know because
They're
I
not
want
bowling.
I want to do that. Whatever the 40% of Americans do,
It's going to be family stuff. It's going to be stuff your wife wants to do.
do like
Yeah, maple syruping.
no, it's dark out.
Antiquing.
You can't go walk through the woods in the dark. That's how horror movies start. Like, do nerd TV channels run like something
They do those
special?
marathons.
Do they?
So I get you like for my wife, Bravo probably has a marathon of Housewives,
Okay.
right? And every not streaming service, but those channels all have stuff. And then of course you got every streaming service is going to run stuff.
Yeah, but again, everyone's seen all that. I've seen it. Seen that. I don't know.
All right. And who wants to go up against the Super Bowl anyway? So nobody's going to put their best stuff out there.
That's what I'm
To
saying.
die on a Super Bowl Sunday.
I get the puppy bowl in the morning.
Yeah.
I enjoy that.
I hear that's fixed.
Well, yeah, they put the best
Oh,
puppy
yeah.
down last year.
Yeah.
Very controversial. Ryan writes us. He says, I'm going skiing. Bowling alleys will have the game sound play throughout, like we said. Okay. So Ryan
So
and
going skiing at 6:30 at night.
I guess he goes skiing.
Night skiing. That's how politicians die.
Politicians and music superstars.
Then superstar
Yeah.
and F1 sports guys.
Well,
It's a nice mix of death on those slopes.
okay, great. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
I'm only going to watch to see the refs cheat the Eagles out of the coin toss and all the calls. It's just going to be disaster.
All right, so I'm going to make a prediction. Now, I understand that there's a lot of anti-NFL sentiment right now, the assumption that after what happened to the Bills game, the league is trying to rig.
It's fixed.
Yeah, okay. Look, here's the thing. It's like the moon landing being fake, right?
Yeah.
There are too many people involved for them to legitimately, as a league, try to fix this game. But Pete,
Oh, I get it.
oh, no, but I get it. But Pete, to your point, like, I don't know, like there is going to be something
There's
that's
going to be
controversial.
something in the
Yes.
game that you're going to be like, wait
gonna
a
piss you off.
second.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and it's just going to make me angrier and angrier unless it goes against the Chiefs, in which case that's what you get.
All right.
But again, Pete, I don't like anybody
Well-
on the Eagles enough to cheer for them like passionately.
Right, but a missed call, something blatant, it's yeah, I'm going ball with that other guy. Yeah.
All right, Maddie, book an extra bowling lane. Pete's coming.
Pete's already stressed and it's like 5 days away.
No, but it sucks. It sucks. I love football. I
know.
love
But everybody
football.
looks forward to the Super Bowl.
This is the high holiday of football, and I want nothing to do with
Well,
it.
it's even worse because the Bills were that close.
Yeah.
That doesn't even, I'll be honest
Oh,
with
it
you.
doesn't
Really?
see. It bothers me right now because they're showing all the teams getting into New Orleans and all the fans there.
Could've
At
been
this
us,
point,
man.
I am like, man, like
Could've
that
been us.
It could have been the Bills.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, though.
Right.
Like, with all the stuff we have in front of us, the fact that it's the least anticipated Super Bowl of the last 25 years, the fact that tickets are selling on the secondary market
Hey,
for
it's a
under face
bargain.
value, it is. The good news for me,
What's the good news?
I thought I was just being bitter, not wanting to watch this
Well,
game.
you're a bitter young man.
I am, but being a Bills fan.
Yeah, you're a bitter young man.
Got that. It does give me solace that the rest of the country feels exactly the way the rest of us Bills fans do. It's not us being bitter. It's not us being sore losers. Everyone they don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care.
But the amount of money that's going to be lost, I wonder how much money is going to be lost. You'll never know locally. Because, like, Wegmans, like, just on a normal Bills day, they've got that whole place decked out in Bills stuff, right?
Yep.
I can't imagine what they would do for the Super Bowl. And all the pizza joints.
Bro, pizza deli, bakeries.
All that stuff.
You're right. You're right.
Would have lost so much money.
It's millions of dollars just in
Just
Rochester.
locally, yeah.
Yes. I mean, you're absolutely right. The amount of parties that would have happened if the Bills were in this game.
Yeah.
And I mean, it goes for everything. Mm-hmm. Every business in this town was negatively affected when they misspotted that 4th and 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go down a rabbit hole, and I want to do that.
Don't even get me started.
So
Right.
we're going to take a break. Although, just after 7:45, we will be talking this morning. There is a major player that is now available that fits perfectly with Buffalo.
Buddy.
Oh, good. They can go get.
Yes.
And they got the money, right?
They
Already
do have the
started.
money, yes.
They fired everybody.
But it's a risk.
What?
It's a risk. Well, I'll explain
Well,
it.
is this one of these, like, old guys?
Old is a
Getting
relative
there.
term.
No, it ain't. If your ass is old, it's old.
He's right on the border.
I'll tell you what. I'll give
No,
you.
man. Wait, get somebody young.
I'm going to give you. Well, yeah, they don't just grow on trees, man. You can't be like that guy. It's not the
Go to
NHL in
draft.
1923. Oh, he's sorry. If you're not watching the live stream, he waved his
Wait for
hands
the
and said
draft.
draft.
Get these old clunkers again.
He's not a clunker.
Von Miller, he's going to be good for about 4 games.
He was on pace for 17 sacks until he blew his knee out in Detroit.
Yeah, that's the story, man. Let's get T.O., man. He'll be great.
Well, that was a whole other thing. Nobody thought that was going to. Okay, now we're see. Oh, we're going down a rabbit hole. You
I
got me
hear
angry.
Ocho Cinco's going to come with him.
Let's take a break. So for a very long time,
Whatever.
just based on the fact that nobody knew what was going on behind closed doors,
Mm-hmm.
it was easy to get ripped off by one of these places. But one of the good things about technology is, one, it allows us to talk amongst each other,
All right.
right? People you never met before. And two, it allows us to kind of diagnose things we don't understand.
And nail these bastards.
That's why this number that the state of New York dropped yesterday is so surprising.
Oh.
Because they went to work trying to fight for consumers in the state that were ripped off by these businesses.
Yeah.
But how are they still ripping people off to this number? And we'll get to it next here in the break room. Let's see that. This traditionally has been a business that had the ability to rip you off.
Bastards.
Yeah, maybe shady characters. They knew folks had little to no knowledge about what needed to be done. But, Tommy, technology has given us the ability to fight back.
Okay.
Both in kind of knowing what could be wrong with our cars and the ability to alert each other to bad characters. So if that's the case, how is this still happening?
Because we're not doing this. We're not even paying attention.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. A time capsule found in Brighton has given folks the ability to take a glance back 30 years to what was inside their mind.
30 years ago?
Folks that were 17 that had hopes and dreams and plans for the future.
Okay, so they're going to open her up?
Well, they already did. There are letters there that were written by students when they were 17. And those people are now getting those letters back, letters they thought they'd never see again.
Wait, so these are people that are almost 50 years old?
Yes, they are. And the story, the way they do it on News 8, it's this romantic, fun, like, aw.
Kind of like where they see themselves in the future?
Exactly.
Like they're writing a letter to their future self.
Kind of. And I don't know how you could think of that story and go.
It never goes well, man.
We'll get into it just after.
Time capsules are the worst idea ever. They just are, man.
We'll get into it just after 7 here in the break room on CMF. Report from the New York State DMV over the weekend.
Yeah.
Last year, the state says they recovered $1.48 million from mechanics and dealerships in services that needed to be refunded to customers. We're talking like shady stuff.
Like things you didn't need?
Yeah, money that didn't have to be spent, right, for things that weren't wrong or them intentionally misdiagnosing it to make more money for themselves.
Okay.
Half of that money, blinker fluid.
Oh yeah, I'm low today. I gotta get over.
$1.5 million statewide in money that people spent that they didn't have to spend on their cars due to shady characters.
So how do you prove it though?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Because like I would have to know I got ripped off. I didn't need this thing,
right?
And then I'd have to document it and give it to the state to get my money back.
I would guess the easiest way is if something continued to go wrong, it took it to another mechanic who was like, "Hey, what happened
they
here?
Screwed you.
Yeah, what did you?"
Because everybody's been screwed over by a mechanic.
Okay.
Over your lifetime.
All right.
How aware are you of it is the question.
Yeah.
At your age,
I didn't know.
At your age, yes.
Yeah.
At your age, yes.
Back in the day.
But here's the thing. How does this still happen on a regular basis? Because I get that $1.5 million statewide doesn't seem like that much money, but as you just kind of pointed out, those are just the people that realized they had been ripped off. I mean, there have to be countless other people in the state that have overpaid or were sold on something they didn't need that have no idea.
There's nothing more embarrassing that when you go get your car work done, and then you go back to work and you're telling the boys back at work what you had done, and somebody goes, "Man, they ripped you off. You didn't need that. You are so stupid. You feel so dumb standing there because everybody's laughing at your ass."
Okay, counterpoint to that, though.
It's like your pants.
Counterpoint.
What?
Even if you did need it, there's always going to be some idiot. Yeah, well, you overspent. You did
But I don't know,
that."
right?
You're right.
And I can't argue the point because I don't even know what the hell I just did.
It's strange to me that this still happens.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Because, like, right now, if something were to go wrong with my car, I have the ability to kind of self-diagnose. Because, Tommy, you know nothing about cars.
Nope.
Kimmy, you know nothing about cars.
No, I do not.
I am also clueless. But depending on what my car is doing, I can Google my make, model, see what the issue is. I can watch YouTube videos about what the potential problem can be.
Your car might tell you.
Exactly. And, Kimmy, I can't fix it.
Yeah.
But I have way more information now than I would have 20 years ago.
Oh, and by the way, you could look at so many reviews.
Yes, exactly.
Of people's work.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Like places like Yelp or whatever else, they give you the ability to see what businesses, how they've treated other people, the experience they've had. Hell, Tommy, sometimes you can go right to their Facebook page, the mechanic's Facebook page, and read how people feel about them, right? All of these things combined should have eliminated the potential to get ripped off.
Well, it's a good watchdog.
But it hasn't.
So we're still getting ripped off.
How has that not fixed the problem?
Because nobody's too lazy to, do their research.
Do you not research when you got to get your car taken care of?
Well, I mean, I've been going to the same place, since I've had the car.
Oh, you're talking Rip-Off Motors?
Oh, yeah. They're good guys. No, but I take it back to the dealership.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think that's what most people do when you buy a new car.
Well, that's just, but okay, he's doing Pittsford again. You hear him?
What?
When you buy a new car, you take it. Not everybody buys a new car.
Yeah, but you should get yourself a new car. but usually you go back to wherever you bought the car. Even if you went, let's say you went to Ide and you bought a used car from Ide, you're probably going to go back to Ide to get it worked on.
There are lots of people who buy cars from other people or buy them from like a lot where they don't have a place
Buy
to
here, pay here.
Not that bad, but yes, also those places.
Like if you went to a place called Grandpa Motors, or if it's just the guy's name.
Yeah.
It could be a quality ride.
Carl's
Motors. What did Carl do to you?
I'll let you know.
Okay, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Do you take your car to a dealership to get it worked?
Yeah, because I lease my car.
Okay.
But I remember when I was younger, I would take it to like a place that my parents took theirs. It was like a smaller like mom and pop family place.
Okay.
But back in the day, I was constantly getting bent over with cars, and I didn't have the money.
That was just on the road trying to get work.
Oh, by the way, when I broke down on the road, man, you really get screwed.
Yeah.
When you pull into a place with out-of-town plates, and I was in Minneapolis, I wrecked an alternator. And, man, as soon as he saw those Florida plates, he goes, check out this sucker. $500. Middle of a snowstorm. I got no choice.
Yeah.
It's all the money I made for the week.
Oh.
I had to hand over to this guy at a shop.
Well, like you said too, you didn't have a choice. I mean, what
I'm
other
stuck.
options did you have?
And as soon as they see out-of-town plates, bend over, baby.
Kimmy, that's 5 weeks of pornography you had to put into his
Oh, easily. Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. That hurts.
252
Everything.
252 WCMF. The DMV says last year they recovered $1.5 million in money spent on mechanics that was spent incorrectly. Folks trying to rip off people, work they didn't need, things like that.
Yeah.
And, with technology now, I can YouTube, Google, self-diagnose, we'll talk with my car a little bit, reviews. How are people still getting ripped off?
Well, and I mean, to further your point, I also feel like there are some times when maybe you kind of maybe have a feeling like I might be getting ripped off here, but what else? I'm not taking it anywhere else. It's already here.
Yeah,
the car doesn't work
You know
already.
what I mean? Like I'm not gonna get this car to any other place.
Is that what you said to the mechanic when you got there? Car don't work already.
Hey, I'm not going to shop it around. It barely runs.
Make car go, please.
And by the way, so my first wife,
Yeah.
right? We bought this used car from one of those buy here, pay here places down in South Florida.
Ooh.
The worst. So it had a shimmy in the thing.
So it shook when you drove it.
Yeah, so like all of a sudden we just start doing this, and she did it on the way to work. So we took it to a couple of places and couldn't get it fixed.
Okay.
And we paid money, and they said, yeah, it's good, and we started doing it again. She's going to work one day. She gets pulled over by the cops, right? And I don't know what the hell's going on, right? The cop goes, are you married? And she goes, yeah. She goes, he said this to her. What kind of man would let his wife drive a car like that?
And then you showed up. He goes, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
You imagine, like, but I didn't know what to do.
No, I know what you're about. I'm in the same boat.
Well, and you got to go to work, kid.
Kid.
Well, she was a kid. I was a kid. Just dumb kids with a broke down car.
Kimmy is just cringing all morning this
What?
morning. You got the felt up comment now. Hey, wife, kid, get to work. Shut up. I'm Tommy Muley. I don't know how to fix your car. I'm getting man shaved by police officers trying to help my wife. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Josh. Hey, Josh, how are you, buddy?
How are you?
Good, Josh.
So
what do you got?
There was my girl took her car to the dealership, and then when she got it back, she goes, yeah, here's all the stuff they did, and handed me the receipt. I'm like, what the hell is this charge? It said, couldn't open the hood. I'm like, what? So I pulled the hood latch, and it popped right open. I'm like, what the hell is this charge? Call them back. Get your money back. And it was like $50 for it, too.
Wait, to unlock the hood?
Yeah, they couldn't open the hood, and they charged her $50, and meanwhile, I just hit the button, and it popped right open.
All right, did you get your money back, Josh?
Yeah.
Hey, look, maybe you can get a job at that dealership opening hoods. It sounds like you're pretty good at it.
They were arguing with her about it, too, and I'm like, okay, well, this is a BS charge, I feel like.
What do you get?
I'm a hood popper. I'm a hood popper.
My.
I'm going to pop one now.
Ah, Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest
Just a
of the
hood,
day.
I'm talking about.
No, I got it. No, I guess
Would $50 be enough to call back and argue over? Because I think you probably should, but I'm passing on that.
I think 50 is my line. Anything
Yeah,
under
you
50,
think?
I'm not calling. If it's 50 or over, I'm calling.
Oh.
Because it's just a call.
Yeah,
If
true.
I got to march down there, I ain't doing it for
Right.
50.
True.
But there are guys that will march down there with that bill in their hand.
Yeah, but I that's more than just money. That's the feeling of being ripped off by a place you thought you could trust.
True.
Which I also understand.
Yeah, you feel
right?
violated.
I don't know, like when you find a mechanic that you can trust.
Hug him.
I mean, seriously.
Hug his greasy ass. Squeeze him tight.
They're worth their weight
Yes,
in
they are.
gold. Right?
Yeah.
And there is also nothing more comforting, and I know I might be a sucker for this, right? Like, they'll bring you around back and you go, here, this.
Yeah.
This is what it's supposed to cost. But if I would do this, this, and this, here's what I can get it
Yeah.
down to. Maybe that higher price never existed, but it does make me feel warm. Like
It's
he's,
comforting.
Yes, he's
Yeah.
on my side. She's on my side. They're working for me.
Yes.
And I appreciate you, Greasy Joe or Joanne. Greasy Joanne. Don't call the woman greasy.
No, don't.
If you
Greasy
got
Joanne used to work down on Lyle, if I remember.
Just take a break.
You did that.
No, I didn't.
You did.
The way this story is written, presented by News 8, it's a fun, cute, human interest story.
Okay.
And a what if.
Mm.
What if you could go back and, I guess, like talk to teenage you? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's-
yeah, yeah.
It's what this is here, right? You're hearing what your hopes and dreams that you may
Yeah.
have forgotten about are.
Yes.
And maybe tell me normal people see this story and feel that way.
Yeah.
But, like, based on your reaction,
No.
you feel the same way I am.
Yeah, I've seen this a million times.
Why would you want to do this?
We're going to tick on this world, you and I.
But that's it, man. Like, this would have to be.
It's the saddest thing you'll ever open.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, man. We all had dreams, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
We were going to be rock stars, Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, brilliant minds that would
Millionaires.
change the world. And then you grow up, and you are none of those things. You're not even close to any of those things.
No.
The adult mind you have now knows that ever accomplishing those goals was probably impossible.
Yeah.
And it's not something you should ever beat yourself up for. But young you, you wanted it.
You were a go-getter.
You believed it.
Mm-hmm.
And if young you could see you today, you might make them sick. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. A high-end lake town in our area just got a major slap in the face.
Ooh, what
because,
happened?
well, this well-respected travel geography
Destination.
magazine
Oh.
has ranked the top lake towns in New York.
Oh.
And
Just in New York.
not only are they not number one,
Oh.
What?
we'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, this was supposed to be a cute human interest story on News 8 over the weekend. A family in Brighton had just bought a home, and while going through the home, they found a time capsule.
Oh.
Inside this time capsule were letters that the Brighton High School class of 1995, seniors from that class, wrote to their future selves right before they graduated.
And it's in this couple's house.
Yes, the house that they bought.
Yeah.
Okay, so this mother and daughter who are living in the house, the daughter who is currently a senior at Brighton High School herself,
That's cute.
serendipitous.
Yeah.
They've been doing all they can to reunite these letters with the folks that wrote them.
Yeah.
And they sit down with News 8 and they talk about how they've been mailing these letters to California, Florida, Arizona, Colorado, Montreal, and it's a very nice thing for these two to do. And it's a great chance for these now grown-ass people spread throughout the country and other parts of the greater Rochester area whose lives have played out to get a look at what they thought they'd become.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept.
And if we ended the discussion right there, this is a heartwarming, beautiful story.
Absolutely.
But I think you and I agree there is a darker side to this.
Of course, man.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you really want to read what 17-year-old you thought you would become?
Yes. It's going to be so sad. It's going to be so sad it's going to be hysterical to read.
Okay.
It goes beyond sad. It's comical.
It could go that way. Now, here's the thing. You would be looking at the hopes and dreams of younger you.
Yeah.
The world your oyster on the precipice of entering what would become
But you're
your
a young
life.
fool.
But
And it's not, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but you're just a foolish child thinking how this is how the world works.
well, I mean, it's an unfiltered look into the mind of a person who believed they could accomplish
Right,
anything. I think that's the nicer way to put it.
Yeah, but you a fool.
252-WCMF, could you handle reading that letter? And just for reference sake, in this case, class of 1995, folks reading these letters would be in their late 40s.
Yeah. Hey, but a quick sidebar. They didn't open up any of the letters?
I don't think so.
Doesn't sound like it.
No.
Unless they were already
Just
were
letters.
They sealed?
Yeah,
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 we don't know
maybe
if they
they
were
weren't
sealed.
Good
Okay.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
good point.
Because I'd be too tempted. If they even were sealed, I'm opening up and reading
Well,
those things.
you would have they would have had to read the letter to see the name, right?
Unless they're in envelopes
Yeah.
with the name of the
Right.
person on
Could
the
be,
outside
I
of it.
guess,
All right,
yeah.
let me ask this question. I'm
Yeah,
going to
go
start
ahead.
with Kimmy because I know where you are.
Yeah.
All right.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
if you were handed a letter from
Yeah.
17-year-old you
17-year-old
writing about
me.
your hopes and dreams,
Yeah.
would that be fun for you to read or would you be depressed by it?
I think 17-year-old me would have had a little bit more of a grasp. Like the younger you go, I think the more depressing it gets.
Did 17-year-old you still think you had a shot at becoming a marine biologist?
No, because
Okay.
at that point, like
You were done with
you're-
porpoises.
Yeah, like at that point, you kind of know what your next step
Till she
is.
met her husband. Sorry.
Did you just call my husband a porpoise?
He's a sexy porpoise. He's like hairless, he's bald, good swimmer.
I think 17. I kind of knew what my next step at least was going to be. You have a little bit more of an idea of like what money is like. Whereas like everything I wrote about my future self in like, middle school-ish, I was going to be a millionaire by 20. You know what I mean? Like I think like the younger you go, the higher those expectations, the more unrealistic and embarrassing it becomes.
No, but see, I disagree with you. I think it's the opposite because when you're in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, of course you don't know how the world works. That's funny to read.
But I think it's sad because those were your biggest dreams. And as time moves on, you realize how unrealistic half of those things were.
Tommy, would it be a fun read at 17-year-old newsletter, or would it be a depressing
It would
read?
be hysterically sad what my goals were at 17.
You don't think you actually achieved more than you thought you would?
Well, one of his
But
goals
wait.
was to learn how to read, so
Yeah, it
no.
didn't happen.
No.
Yeah.
I was going to grow at 21. But I can remember thinking what would be cool.
Yeah.
At 17 would be own a Corvette, to have my own place,
Yeah.
party every night.
Woo!
That was my
Kinda
goal.
did two of the three things.
Well, you didn't get the Corvette.
I
You
didn't get
partied
the
every
Corvette.
night and you had your own place.
Yeah, but
And you actually had a job where you probably could have eventually bought a Corvette
Yeah.
if you didn't pursue comedy.
True. But you know what I mean?
comedy was a Corvette killer.
But that was it. There was no family,
Yeah.
build a business, build a respectable life. It
Yeah.
was all shiny objects that I saw on television. That's what I wanted.
But that's funny because
Just all self-indulgent.
But that's just it. It goes one of two ways, because I know there would be a lot of letters like that. There would also be a lot of letters of things that looked further down the road of, I want a family and I want to change the world, and this is what I
Yes.
believe in, and this is what I'm going to be.
My stuff was all F the world.
I think that would be easier to read.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that would be depressing, because, look, I can't blame you for being a selfish, self-indulgent
Yeah, yeah.
17-year-old.
Yeah.
Everybody, had
Because
that.
you may look at that letter and think, well, I don't want those things for me now anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Even if
absolutely.
they were way out there and not achievable, but you would look at that and be like, oh, that's silly. I wouldn't want to be partying every night.
What would
anyways.
would really hurt, I think, is dreams that you still would have wanted.
Yes,
That
yeah.
you did not
Right.
accomplish. Because again, these people would be in their late 40s, unless you had a Morgan Freeman renaissance of a career. Everything's pretty set in the.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You had
True.
you probably if you had kids, you had your kids, you have your family. If
I mean,
you,
you're locked in.
exactly. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Story on News 8 over the weekend about this family. They moved into a house in Brighton. When they did, they found a time capsule full of letters from the Brighton class of 1995 that wrote letters to their future selves. And this mother and daughter, the daughter now a senior at Brighton High School, have been trying to reunite these letters with the folks that wrote them. And it's a really cute human interest story when you don't think about it past that point. I mean, I guess at 17, you could have been a realistic kid. I mean, I guess depressed would be another word for that.
Yeah, but most kids aren't.
I mean, Kimmy, I don't know about, you brought up at 17 having a better grasp
Yeah,
on the
because
world.
you probably worked a little bit by this point. You know how hard it is to make money.
Here's the thing. I disagree with the point you made a second ago, because I don't know about other generations, but at our age,
Okay, we did definitely think we would be doing better.
well, no, we thought that we were all going to be rich and famous millionaires. It was the MTV Cribs generation. Social media, YouTube was just starting. There were these kids that came out of
Get
nowhere.
rich quick kind of thing.
Yeah.
Everyone had a reality show.
Yeah.
There was no doubt in my mind at 17 that I was going to be a multi-millionaire at some point.
Because you could do it from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah. I mean,
It
that
was easier.
Yeah, it wasn't
If
like
you wanted to be a movie star in the 50s, you went to Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't have to do that. One day, Kimmy, someone was just going to drop $1 million on our lap because we're so interesting and cool. I'm going to be on my Sweet 16, even though I'm 17. My Super Sweet 16.
It'd be interesting, too, because, Brighton's it's an affluent community. So it'd be interesting to see at that point what kids like that from that
In the
those
mid-90s.
would think of their future was going to be.
Interesting.
Because, their parents could have been, doctors, lawyers,
Sure.
business owners, so their expectations would have been way higher probably than a kid from a working class community.
Yeah, but I mean, numbers also show the more affluent your parents, the better your chance of staying at that level.
Right. So they may be lame letters where, if you talk to somebody that came from a working class community that wanted to shoot for the stars,
Yeah.
theirs might have been, take over the old man's business, make it better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what
they
you're
may
saying.
be pretty lame.
I don't think any 17-year-old was going to take over, J&J Sons Plumbing. I thought, as realistic as that is, you had bigger dreams for yourself.
Probably, but they're probably pretty boring.
All right, well, to your point, you could
Yeah.
also get a nice glimpse into your life being better than you anticipated, even if you had big dreams. Because let's say, like you said, you wrote a letter at 17 wanting to be a pop star, or an actor, or a sports hero, but you ended up with a spouse you love and fantastic kids. Mature you understands that family life is a better situation than what you wanted at 17,
True.
right?
True.
And it would also give you the ability to see how far you've matured as a human being. What would really hurt
What?
is those kids that wrote about having attainable goals, like having a family,
Yeah.
getting married, that they
Finding
didn't.
somebody.
Yes,
Yeah.
I want a job that isn't out of this world. I want a family, or like a short-term goal that they could have accomplished, only to have fallen
How
short.
about just having a house?
Ooh, that's
You know what I mean?
At this age, they'd be okay. If a 17-year-old
true.
kid, you know what I'm saying? Because they're in their
like,
50s.
I'm thinking more like people our age and a little bit younger, like those basic things that you saw your parents have that you thought, well, that's a given.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's not a given.
Yeah, it's
you
a
know?
good point. We should stop letting kids write letters to
It's
themselves.
a terrible idea.
Well, but here's the thing. In that time, it wasn't.
Are they still doing these things?
I didn't write one.
You didn't?
No.
I think
unless
we did one.
unless they took me out of class knowing it was going to be
We
terrible
did
for me
one-
down the road.
I remember my sixth grade teacher sent us them.
Oh, really?
Like after high school, yeah.
Really?
We did them. But again, that's my sixth grade self.
Do you remember what you said?
I think I said I was going to have, I do remember thinking I was going to live in a house on a beach in like Florida or something.
Okay, nice.
But that's really all I remember. That and I was going
Florida,
to,
Kimmy.
that may have still been my marine biology phase.
Okay.
I may have been working my way out of that at that point.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Like the other sad thing I was thinking about though, like, let's say you did pursue that dream, and now you're 45, and you're still in a cover band on a Saturday night. Like it didn't happen for your ass.
I think that would be easier to deal with.
But you stuck to it. But you never got to Madison Square Garden. You never got to be Lou Graham.
But you took a shot.
You did. You took a shot.
You took a shot. I mean, look.
Well, and
But I don't know
depending
how
on
that
your
feels.
age, depending on your age, you may still feel like that could happen for you.
Well,
'Cause there
not at 48.
you,
48.
we all know people.
We knew a guy that was
Yes.
going to head west, man, in his 40s to pursue L.A.
I think there are people that keep their foot in the door thinking,
Yeah.
well, there's always a possibility.
I got to figure California's got to be full of these people.
Well, I assume they went out there in their 20s and just stayed.
But they're still got
Yeah.
an agent and going out on weekends and calls on at night.
Okay.
You know.
Maybe, I guess. No, I think it would be easier to deal with. Because, I wanted to be a world-famous stand-up comedian at 17 years
Yeah.
old. And that obviously did not
The
happen.
world rejected you.
Sorry, want to try that again?
I'll stand by what I said.
Stand-up comedy. I was also comic. The world was driving around. The reason his closer never worked is because it finished like... His jokes are actually funny.
I was the scatting comic.
If I were to read that letter,
Yeah.
it said, I want to be playing Madison Square Garden,
Yeah.
selling it out.
You want to be
doing
Dice
jokes. Yeah.
Clay.
I took my shot. It didn't work.
Yeah.
I know. If I didn't go do it,
It's true.
I would always have that what if in the back
All
of
right.
my head, right? Not knowing how hard it was going to be, not knowing, that I didn't have what it took
All right,
to make it as far.
yeah.
I
You
think
swung for the fence.
exactly. If you take a swing,
Go for it, kid.
I think the most important question here
What's that?
is not what's in the letter. Would you be able to handle it? I think it's would teenage you be proud of who you are right now? Like right now, if you yourself in this moment could stand in front of 17-year-old you, your senior year of high school, and they could ask you 3 questions, would they be excited to grow up to become you, or would they be horrified at what they were looking at? What
Well,
do you-
I think I'd be shocked.
That's not okay. I'm not excited.
Horrified? I don't think I'd be horrified.
Yeah.
Are you sure though? Have you seen yourself lately?
No.
Look at you, man. Look at you.
Well, everybody gets old and ugly.
Yeah, but not like that though.
So is it me talking to me or you talking
I'll
to
be
me?
you. You ready? All right,
No.
you go ahead. You start. You be old you. I'm 17-year-old you. Go.
Hey, Tommy.
Oh God, no! 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 Was he in a nuclear explosion? What happened? What happened? Kimmy, would 17-year-old you be proud of you now?
I think so, only because
You had low expectations.
no, because I was gonna say I used to listen to Sandy Waters on the radio all the time, and I always thought like as a kid like, man, it'd be really cool to have a job like that. And you told me like one day I would be on the radio in the morning, like I
On the
probably
same floor as Sandy Waters.
yeah,
One
working,
day you could
working
be
with Sandy Waters.
the
I'm
Sandy
serious,
Waters?
Like that
Pretty
would
cool.
have really probably excited me at the time.
Okay, I get where you're coming from.
But
Like, I mean,
I couldn't imagine where I am today as a kid.
sure.
Not even close.
But I mean, look, man, you got a great job.
Oh, yeah, but it's nothing what I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
Right. Maybe the more
Like where I live, yeah, the whole thing.
yeah, maybe like the whole like what's the word I'm looking for? Like the bigger the gap, I guess, of what you thought you were gonna do and be, like how different, the more different it is, I guess.
Okay.
Because it never lands the
more,
way
like,
you think.
the less disappointed you are because it's just so not at all what you thought it was going to turn out like.
Just like the friends you think about, the people you thought you were going to be friends with for the rest of your life
Well,
at
bro,
17.
our
that
crew-
are going to be in there.
Our crew's going to be together forever,
We're
bro.
going to change the world, man.
That's right, man.
And 2 years later, you lost connection with all those people.
I hate them.
Because you hated them or whatever. And you moved on.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible to nail it.
Could you have even pointed to Rochester, New York on
No.
a map at 17?
No.
I mean,
And my mother's from Auburn.
Yeah.
yeah, no, I mean, you were a dumb kid. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, I guess what it comes down to, right? Like, you're right. Your life never goes the way you think it's going to go.
Yeah.
Normally, it's better than what you thought it was going to
Sure.
be. Even with hindsight, yes, it would be great to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. But like I said, the job you have now, steady, family if you got it,
Yeah.
everything worked itself out. But when it comes to making big decisions throughout your life, and maybe this is a talking point more for like folks in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
Should you think of the dreams teenage you had when you make those big decisions?
No, because you were an idiot.
Okay, but you are also a guy that says if you want something, burn the boats and go.
Yes, you should.
So what do you want?
Well,
You are the only
If you're
man
totally-
who contradicts himself with his own
if you're
advice.
totally committed to it.
That would be burning the boats.
Right, but I mean, you had to really have that talk with yourself. Like, you had to really want it.
Well, I mean, look, we only get one spin around this blue marble.
Oh, write that down.
You get one go,
Yeah,
right?
you get one lap.
Unless you're Buddhist or Hindu, in which case take all the practice
Hmm.
swings you want. But, I mean, if you get one shot
Yeah.
to do this the way you want to do it, maybe the smart idea is to make decisions based on what teenage you wanted. And, yes, maybe those decisions are moved a little bit with maturity.
Yeah.
But, if you wanted to be a rock star, go. If you wanted to be an actor, go. If you wanted to change the world, make a move.
That is great advice, but you could also pay a hell of a consequence for it. Because
Okay.
I agree. Like, Plan Bs don't work. Plan B makes sure Plan A doesn't work.
Write that down, Kim.
Because you're going to lean on that.
Sure.
But if you have nothing else, you're going to go for it. To your point, if you don't have anything to fall back on. Because my old man was like, "You always got to have a Plan B." Blah 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 blah. And I said, You would never open up a business based on his business plan,
You're right.
which he didn't follow.
Well, like father, like son. Doesn't follow his own advice.
No, I would never listen to me.
I don't know, Kimmy. Like, is you being the most rational, normal person in the
Yeah.
world, should you use 17-year-old you as a gauge in your 20s and 30s to figure out where your life's going to
Well,
go?
I don't know, because those dreams that you have at 17 too could have been influenced by other people, other things. Like maybe 17-year-old you thought, like, let's say, just bringing up kids, right? Like, I think I was going to have 4 kids because my friend she was going to have 5 kids, so I better put 4. You know what I mean? Like, there's like a pressure, like maybe you don't want that at the time, but you feel like, well, maybe eventually I'll want that or want certain things that just because you feel like at that time you had to have it by that age.
I get what you're saying.
I think, I don't
Don't
think you should
do it.
necessarily go by what your 17-year-old self
Are you saying-
wanted or thought you'd be.
Don't have 4 kids or don't read the letter.
Both.
Okay, gotcha.
Don't do a time capsule.
Okay.
Don't have 4 children.
Yeah, no, I think that the smartest thing you've said this entire discussion, Tommy, is that we need to stop these time capsules for
Yes.
these kids now. Because, I mean, in all
It's
reality...
just setting up for sadness in your mid-30s.
Well, but here's the thing. Like, in this time period and any time before it, we were living in a country where it was almost guaranteed that the next generation was going to have a
Yeah.
better run of it.
Yeah.
And that time, it seems, at least right now, it's not a guarantee anymore.
Yeah.
So having these kids write these letters, 30 years from now, that could be a very depressing exercise. So
Yeah.
good luck, kids. Reach for the stars.
Prove us wrong.
Let's take a break. I mean, you need money to live in the places people want to live in this area.
Oh, sure.
Okay. There are going to be some pissed off people.
What happened now?
Well, look, man, I have a very well-respected magazine that listed the top lake towns in New York State.
Well, we got him.
Not only is this place not number 1,
How?
it's not on the list.
That's impossible. Then that's a jive-ass list.
Look, I'm going to read you the list, and we will together figure out if it's a jive-ass list, and we'll do it next here in the break room at CMF. this town in our area,
Yeah.
they think they're big money, Tommy. And they have reason to feel this way.
But they are.
Well, not according to this list in front of us. This list might be a slap in the face to
It
them.
sounds like it.
Look, I'm sure residents and folks who spend time down there believe they should be number one. So for them to not even make an appearance?
I want to know who's in.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:45. The Bills are not playing in the Super Bowl on Sunday. And some people believe it's because they don't have a game-breaking talent on one side of the ball.
They need that guy.
Well, guess what? That guy is now available.
Oh, boy.
And they have the space, they have the resources to go and get him. But as with everything,
yeah.
there is a risk.
Oh, sure.
A decent one.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
What's that?
I have in front of me the annual World Atlas list of the 8 best lakeside towns in New York. And for those who don't know, World Atlas is a very respected travel magazine
Yeah,
website.
got the whole goddamn world in it.
Okay. Would you like to guess which lakeside town was named number 1 in New York State?
Well, now that you told me the one that I
Yeah.
thought was going to be number 1 ain't, I'm going to go with number 2, Skinny Atlas.
Skinny Atlas was number 1.
Okay.
And it's hard to argue. I mean, it's got some of the most expensive real estate in the country. Famous names like Derek Jeter, the Clintons, they've owned property there amongst countless others.
Yeah.
The good news for us, I mean, if you want to spend, let's say, a day there, it's like 90 minutes away.
Yeah.
You can go soak in Skinny Atlas if you wanted to. But I know there is a twinge of jealousy when we tell you Skinny Atlas is number 1 coming from one specific lakeside town.
Yeah. Well, because it should be our town.
Which is?
Right down the street.
Canandaigua.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been, I think it had outside of like Lake Tahoe, it had some of the most expensive lake real estate in the country.
So
But
I
that could
realized,
be
well, I realized
hurting it.
last night, though. I'm sorry, Kim, I didn't mean to cut you
That's
off.
okay.
I've been using that as a statistic based only on you saying it. I've never actually seen that.
That's what I
anywhere.
was told when I moved here.
Oh, great. So it's been a lie.
You got 3 billionaires living on that lake.
Okay, yeah, but did you not just
that makes it
Same with-
nice.
again
Maybe
Skinny
other
Atlas,
lakes too.
Yeah.
I mean, I
All
guess
right.
we've never compared.
But outside of those two, because you and I are doing stand up, we've been to a lot of these
Oh yeah,
lake towns, especially in the Finger Lakes, and probably all of them.
the ones I'm going to name, I think we've all been to, except with
So
the
I want to
exception
know
of
what
one.
slimy ass lake town got in.
All right, so not only was Canandaigua not number 1 on the list, this is a list of the top 8 lake towns in New York State. It didn't even make the top 8.
Which
So-
is insane.
Okay, I'm going to give it to you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say. I mean, we're talking beyond the Finger Lakes, though, too.
Yes,
Right. I
yes.
mean, this
It's
isn't just that area.
Lakes.
Yeah.
All right, so in order
All right, here we go.
from World Atlas, we told you it was Skinny Atlas. Cooperstown, 2. Lake George, 3. Watkins Glen, 4. Long Lake, that's the one I haven't seen. It's in Hamilton County.
I don't know.
Okay. Lake Placid, Oswego, and Saranac.
Oswego?
I don't know about that one.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
I mean, I guess it's kind of a college town, but I don't.
It is.
Okay.
It's not nice.
I wouldn't call it quaint.
It ain't got no quaint.
It ain't got no quaint. No, I mean, look, I spent a lot of time in Oswego with hockey.
It's a lake college town.
Oh, I don't get that one.
Yeah.
So was Canandaigua shafted here?
Oh yeah.
252
surprised.
252 WCMF 252.
I mean, I would put it over Cooperstown. Cooperstown's a one-trick pony
Cooperstown's
town
a
in the middle
draw,
of
though.
nowhere.
I mean, you do get a lot of people, like tourists, wanting
Baseball
to go to
nerds.
Cooperstown.
It's the world headquarters.
High
of
socks and sandals walking around all summer.
I mean, not like Canandaigua.
No, but Canandaigua was cool, man.
Yeah, but Canandaigua, I guess I've, in comparison to like some of these other places, is affordability part of it too?
Well, no, because Skinny Atlas is one. It's the
Yeah.
most expensive town in the
True.
world.
Watkins
You want
Glen
an ice cream? $24.
Watkins Glen is nice, but I wouldn't put it on the same level.
But you also have the track there that brings a ton of people, right?
Yeah, I'm
Right.
thinking like those other places. There's a lot of stuff even outside of the lake to do there.
But Skinny Atlas doesn't. It's a one town and it's a lake and that's it. It's
Yeah.
a tiny town. What is there to do in Skinny Atlas?
Right.
Dickens Christmas?
yeah,
That's it. But Canandaigua has their stuff. Look, Canandaigua property, like you said, is super expensive. In the summertime, it is a nonstop party with the rich and the famous bouncing around, resorts, high-end bars,
But
properties
they do a
rented.
nice job. I mean, it's really sharp.
And they do bring in big names too, right?
yeah. I mean, they got the concerts there too.
Everyone from LeBron James, Jennifer Garner have spent time in the area. Jennifer Garner was seen in Wegmans last
Yeah.
summer, for God's sake.
But they also, people fly in from New York City, have places up there.
Oh, same with Skinny Atlas.
Yeah,
True.
All right. What the hell does it take to be a top lake town in New York? And
Apparently, Oswego's nailing it.
well, look, man, I'll ask
yeah. I
folks.
just kind of thought like smaller, quaint town would make that list. Oswego seems like something you're not necessarily vacationing to.
I don't know
you
anybody goes Oswego in the summer.
No, I mean, I don't either.
Like that's what you pass through to go to the Thousand Islands.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm with
right.
you. But I'll ask this question, and I'm sincere when I ask it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. To the folks that live out in Canandaigua, the folks that spend a lot of time in Canandaigua in the summertime. Has Canandaigua become too much of a resort town to be a quaint top lake town in New York? Because you have one of the best resorts. It was named one of the best resorts in the world.
Yes.
In the lake house out there.
Yeah.
They've built more around it. You brought up the concerts. There's
You got that culinary thing out there.
all that stuff. I mean, Canandaigua 25 years ago was quaint. Canandaigua now, would you call it quaint?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
still
it's-
is when you
yeah, I
drive
think
through it.
so.
It looks the same to me.
Right.
I mean, those restaurants that were on Main Street, they used to just be, bars and grills. And there are still some bars and grills,
Yeah.
but
Well, you kind of you have the same thing, but just there's more there now. I mean, like the old stuff didn't go away.
some of it did. It had to get replaced by some of this higher end stuff.
But just taking that Main Street when you drive through it, it's gorgeous. Just taking that Main Street down to the lake because you hit all those beautiful homes, and then you go into the town. What's not quaint about that? Oh, quaint.
I don't.
I like both ways. Quaint.
I don't really see Canandaigua as quaint. It seems a little too. Maybe it's too big.
First of all, you weren't raised in quaint. You
Oh.
don't know quaint.
Oh, really?
Y'all were too loud for quaint.
Too loud for
You were
quaint.
the opposite of quaint. Whatever non-quaint is,
All right.
that's y'all.
I was trying to be nice. But now you forced me to be mean.
Go ahead.
Kimmy, you know why Tommy loves Canandaigua so much?
Why is that, Pat?
Because he's small money. He's small money, itty bitty money. See this right here?
Right,
So you
small
being
money.
little money. But you get to go for a day down in Canandaigua, and you get to buy one appetizer for you to split with your wife at the Sandbar, which is that nice little restaurant there.
It's nice.
At the lake house.
Watch the boats go in
and you
out.
get to feel a little while like you're big money, and you
I
ain't
feel
big
like
money.
I'm in Florida.
You ain't big money. That ain't you. You get an hour of feeling like somebody when you're a nobody. And even when you're in there, they know you're a nobody. You're a zero, pal. That's your IQ right there, buddy. Zero.
Well, I threw your name around.
Yeah, how'd that
I
work
got
out?
nothing.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Not only was Canandaigua not number one
What a shaft.
on the best lake towns in this New World Atlas list,
Hammondsport.
they didn't even make the top 8. Skinny Atlas, Cooperstown, Lake George, Watkins Glen, Long Lake in Hamilton County, Lake Placid, Oswego,
That's the scariest one.
and Saranac. I wouldn't call it scary.
Hey, that's a rough-ass looking town.
252-WCMF, why did Canandaigua not make this list? Let's talk to Karen. Hey, Karen, how are you?
Hey, I am born and bred in Canandaigua.
Oh,
and
all
I
right, that
moved
solves it.
away. Yep, that's it. And trust me, I'm a nice Karen. I'm not the Karen.
If you have to
But
say
I
it, it
gotta
means it's
tell
not
ya.
true. But you were saying, Karen, go on.
Canandaigua is horrible now. I moved away for several years and moved back, and I won't even drive into Canandaigua anymore. It's not at all the town that I grew up in.
What has changed about it that makes you hate it?
First off, the lakeshore. The lakefront, they completely raped it. It's totally for the wealthy.
Okay.
That it's ugly. I can't imagine buying one of those condos and then having to overlook Wendy's and McDonald's as my view.
I mean, look, she's echoing. I know you're making a face
Oh.
because
Well, that's why I was wondering,
little
has it-
money Tommy's offended.
Wendy's and McDonald's are back out on the main road. They're not anywhere near the beach.
Oh no, they are. They're yeah. The back end of them, they are over there, and you can see them off that new tall building that's over by 5 and 20.
Yeah, I
between
guess if
5
you
and
look the
20
other way,
Lakeshore.
yeah, you'll see civilization, Karen.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, like, just based on Karen's experience, like, has it become, it's not really attainable for, like, the average person, so a lot of people aren't necessarily going to those places that were, like, that were much more, there was more access.
But they got priced out.
But again, I would argue Skinny
Yeah.
Atlas, Cooperstown, and
Well,
Saranac
those-
are the same thing.
Skinny
Lake
Atlas-
Placid especially.
yeah, it's all expensive.
Yeah,
any place where there's waterfront, it's going to be expensive. It's going to get developed.
But what Karen is saying, I think, goes back to what we were talking about. I mean, Karen, we've always
She
said...
wants to be walking around with her cutoffs, drinking a tall boy, smoking a cigarette back in the day.
So
that's
what?
That's when it was beautiful.
Let Karen shake that ass out. Karen, you shake those cheeks and you be proud of it. What I'm getting at is...
I tried.
That ass
got
I'll be running
overdeveloped.
away, but I tried.
No, I mean, we've talked on the show a ton about how Canandaigua is a have and a have-nots
Yeah.
town. And, I mean, the story that Karen is telling is one that we've also talked about, how 25 years ago, Canandaigua looked a hell of a lot different than it does now. It ain't quaint.
I don't see hell of a
It's
lot of
manufactured quaint that draws your booty-wearing, shacket-loving ass out there to feel big money eating a piece of fish for $70.
If you go between a short distance between Buffalo Street and just before 5 and 20, that looks okay because you still got the historical buildings,
Okay.
and that's real nice. But you go anywhere else on those main roads, and you can't walk. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to be able to go out and walk all the way down to the lake by myself, wasn't worried about it. My mother didn't,
Her mother, Tommy, her mother.
My mother.
Her
My
mother. Out shaking her ass, too, showing all the boys. Karen, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
There goes Karen's
That
and her
broad
mom.
is so full of you-know-what crap.
Why are you getting so
ass.
upset about a woman who was born and raised in a town that doesn't recognize it anymore?
She's making it up, man.
No, we hear that
I
story
was
all
just
the
down
time.
there. These streets, you can't walk down the streets.
No,
and
bro.
back.
Well, I do think that there were a lot more areas where just anybody could go, like more public access to the actual lake than there is now. I don't know if that changes
one
things.
stretch of beach and park is wide open.
Wide open,
People
man.
are walking their dogs. You can park your car.
Yeah, but you didn't listen to what Kimmy said because you're so angry for some reason about people disrespecting Canandaigua, which you're not even a part of.
What's
You go
that?
for an hour of summer. You're right. There's still beach there.
Yeah.
Kimmy argued there was more.
Yeah.
Oh, for guys, how much
There
more
was.
beach? You didn't use half the beach to begin with.
Look, man, I went down there for 4th of July like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
My wife wanted to go check it out. And they have everyone's hanging out on the beach. It is shoulder to shoulder.
Well, it's
Yeah.
4th of July. It's the busiest time of
Are
the year.
you gonna
Yeah, I went to
listen?
Wegmans on Christmas Eve. Goddamn place was packed.
Are you going to listen or are
Look
you
at
going to yell?
Jesus Christ,
You going to
man.
listen or you going to yell?
They were out of cherry tomatoes.
You going to listen or you going to yell? Because if there was more beach, maybe folks.
There's
that lived
only
it-
so much lake. What do you want to do? Dig it out?
I'm saying
Well, what-
before
the little
other
lake
stuff
that was
built.
left,
Oh, here it
yeah.
comes. It's up. And
Down.
oh, man, wave. There it goes. There it goes. Why are you getting
I
so
know.
offended?
because
I
people
know.
just make stuff up.
No, they're not. And here's the most ironic part, Kimmy.
Her opinion is wrong.
The
Woman
woman
who
that
lived there.
Yes.
Okay,
it's
grew up
wrong.
there.
The ultimate irony, and I don't even know what
She was
irony is.
priced out of the place she grew up.
Man upset about woman who exactly what Kimmy said
Yeah.
was priced out of the place she grew up in, lives in town that does not allow all of the stuff that Canandaigua got because they want to keep it quaint. Pittsford would not allow anything that Canandaigua has done in the last 25 years because they want to maintain the quaintness. And you sit here and talk, well, that's what happens when you live in a small town where people care about each other. And she has that same complaint. You go, shut up!
Shut up.
I want grouper.
Yes.
Give me my grouper.
Give me my shrimp.
Fancy man grouper time. All right, I want to real quick
All right, go ahead.
because I want to get to this. As we talk about again this list of the top 8 lake towns in New York State, done by World Atlas. Canandaigua doesn't even make the list.
Shocking.
If we were to do a lake town power ranking within an hour of Rochester, so we got Canandaigua, Charlotte, Sodus,
Penyan, you could put in there.
okay, and the area around Canisius Lake.
Yeah.
All right, those are. If I'm missing anything,
Yeah.
give me a power ranking, one down, of the nicest to the least nice. Canandaigua, Penyan, Charlotte, Sodus, and I guess Livonia around Canisius Lake.
I mean, you gotta go. You gotta go Canandaigua 1.
Okay.
Skinny Atlas 2.
No, you.
What? What?
That's too far.
Kimmy,
We're going
within an hour.
hour.
Kimmy, let's
Oh,
start
I'm
with
sorry,
you.
I'm
No,
sorry.
let's start with Kimmy. As
All right,
you.
go ahead. I forgot.
You forgot the thing I looked you in the face and said, and she even goes, Penyan, we can count because that's within an hour, and then you go,
But I haven't been to Penyan in a long time.
oh my God, Kimmy, one down, nicest to
Nicest?
The place you would want to hang out the most. Canandaigua,
Well,
Charlotte,
Canandaigua was probably the most convenient, nice. I mean, that's everything you want right
Right.
there on the lake.
Okay.
Maybe Sodus?
Really?
Sodus
I
is
mean, you
nice.
get-
Sodus Point is nice.
It's a party though, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you do have everything right there. You know, it's a
Bro,
a
there's
different-
celebrities living out there. Old celebrities.
And they're doing a lot better than some busted other old celebrities.
I guess like the other places are pretty similar to me. I haven't hung out there enough to really know the differences.
What are the other
You know what I
ones?
mean? Like,
Charlotte,
it's been a while.
Canisius, Penyan.
I mean, you got to put Charlotte at the bottom.
There are some
I
Bro,
think
they shut
beautiful
that
homes.
beach down constantly.
Oh
it
my
would be.
God.
What do you mean? Oh my God, pollution!
Yeah, out of your mouth.
I
Mouth
like going
pollution.
to the
Oh, you want to go to
places.
Tommy Mouth Beach?
I like going to the places in Charlotte, but to his point, like it's not a place I'm hanging out.
No, it's
to
by the
enjoy
way,
the water.
ain't no
so
quaint.
much.
Ain't no quaint. There's tons of quaint in Charlotte.
Really, where?
Drive down the lake there, man. Those homes are quaint. You got the little.
No,
You
right
live
there,
there.
right there
You
on the
got
beach.
no, because but that's not
ain't
just Charlotte.
quaint.
And I would argue it is quaint when you drive down the boulevard there.
It's the scenic road.
Yes,
Some of that merry-go-round's obnoxious.
some of that merry-go-round's
I think
obnoxious.
they
Yes.
removed that part.
I love how. Yeah, thank you. I love how he tries to use big words in one sentence and just like swings at it.
Yeah, that's
I
how
mean-
you do. Good number one.
Okay,
Charlotte's going on the bottom.
okay, so that's 5.
All right.
So what do we got a sandwich here?
I like Soda's Point.
2.
Nice.
Okay.
What was the other two?
Penyan, Canisius Lake.
Don't know Penn Yan. Been to Canisius is nice.
Penn Yan, I've been to some weddings there, so it's always
In
nice at
Penn
the
Yan
wedding
itself?
venue. Yeah, I mean, like right on the lake
You
there.
think Canisius is nice? Where my dad owns a trailer 5 miles from the lake?
All right, I want to rescind my last place. Canisius goes to the bottom. Charlotte moves up one. And then Penn Yan comes in third.
All right, let's take a break. Dear God, it's pulling teeth with you. Name lakes. Screws it up immediately. There are those who believe, Tommy.
Yeah, what's that?
The Bills would be playing on Sunday if they had one more game breaker on the
Yeah.
defensive side of the ball. And, I mean, they're hard to find. Kimmy, guys like this, teams lock them up forever. They never see free agency. Not the case here.
No.
An announcement yesterday has Bills fans on the edge of their seat because they believe this is the guy that changes the course of Bills history.
Really?
They know that the general manager has the balls to go get him. We have the money. We have the resources to pull him into our franchise.
Let's do it.
There's a risk.
Yeah, I know. Here we go.
Well, but this is the best case scenario. Like
This is the only guy?
No, this is as good as it's going to get, Kimmy, for a guy like this in this position.
I mean, this is the kind of player at the point in their career that you'd want to bring in.
Yeah, but it sounds like they're at the end of that point.
Yeah, that's normally when they come
Yeah.
free.
But that's yeah.
We'll get into it. Tell you who it is next here in the break room. WCMF. This news yesterday was like the answer to Bills fans' prayers.
Fantastic.
You need a game breaker on this side of the ball. That may have gotten you to the Super Bowl on Sunday, and now he's come available. And the Bills have the money, and they have the resources, and they have the space.
Oh, man, we're going.
Well, I mean, but with everything, there's a risk.
Yeah, but it sounds like a high risk.
I don't know. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Yesterday, Browns superstar defensive end Myles Garrett asked for a trade out of Cleveland.
Okay.
As soon as Bills fans saw this, Kimmy, they all
Everybody
pounced.
jumped on it.
Get him!
Yeah.
So just to catch you up, Tommy, the guy is a sack machine. He may be the best defensive end of the NFL. He's definitely top 3. And he badly wants to play for a contender after all of these years of playing in Cleveland. And wouldn't you know, Von Miller is almost certainly a cap casualty in a few months. He'll be gone.
Yeah.
The Bills will have a wide open spot for him. And when it comes to Myles Garrett, he's a former first overall pick. He is the first player in NFL history to have 14 sacks in 4 consecutive seasons. Last year, he was the Defensive Player of the Year. He is up for it again this year. He is an impact player.
So where's the bad?
He's 29.
Okay.
Which is up there for a DM. It would also cost the Bills a minimum, the starting price.
How much?
2 first-round picks.
Ooh.
So you wouldn't be making a first-round pick in back-to-back years. You would be mortgaging the future for a handful of years of Myles Garrett. And handful is the key word there.
Yeah.
And so you think this is the guy to get you over the top?
I don't know what I think right now, to be honest with you, because I've been looking at people argue, and I agree with everybody, and I don't know how to feel right now.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess like this is the year that you're going to see the Bills make some bigger moves just because they have a little bit more wiggle room, especially than they had last year to do that. So I guess it's like where do the Bills want to put that money? Like what's the most important thing that they need right now?
I mean, it's wide receiver, it's defensive end, if you're asking me.
Okay.
Right? So this is one of those spots. All right, so Tommy, after everything I just gave you, are you trading 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett?
No, because I see this guy like hurting himself in the 3rd game of the season, and then he's done because he's old and he's raggedy.
Well, he's
I wouldn't call him raggedy. He is up for Defensive Player of the Year right now.
Yeah, but you get him at the past his peak. It sounds like.
Well, no, I would say he's peaking.
No, I think there is an argument that he may be past his peak, but still.
You're not going to get 14 sacks out of him again.
I mean, hell, if you got back-to-back double-digit sacks, 10 and 10, Bills fans would be ecstatic.
Okay.
I mean, but to your point, look, I mean, when you bring in guys that are older, and this is just human
They're a
body,
risk.
all right? Look, Von Miller came in gangbusters. He was on pace for 17 sacks in his first year. He ripped his knee up against Detroit, and he was never the same. And, I mean, these are the risks that you take. But the counterpoint to that is guys like this, Von Miller, Myles Garrett, don't come free often.
Yeah.
Like, these are usually guys that are signed to franchises forever. Like the Browns 2 weeks ago, so they wanted him to go from Cleveland to Canton. They were ready to give him whatever he wanted. He doesn't want the money. He wants to go play for a contender. I'm sure he wants the money, but you get what I'm saying. Not from Cleveland. So you don't want it.
Because you think this guy gets you to the Super Bowl.
Well, he's definitely an impact player.
That's not my question.
I mean, Von Miller was the guy, the finisher to get them to the Super Bowl, and it looked he was that guy until he got hurt.
Right. Seems to me you'd rather go young. Build something up. Build something better.
Yeah, but those guys aren't really – I mean, those like immediate younger impact players aren't really available.
They're not available, period.
Those are the guys that our teams are doing everything in their power to keep.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to go to Dallas and trade for Micah Parsons, who may be the best defensive end in the NFL. You know, he's out of the draft 3 years from now. And where the Bills are drafting, I mean, they're going to be within the top 5 picks.
There's going to be nobody left.
Yeah, I mean, they do really well, at least with the exception of 2 years ago, 3 years ago. When they draft high, they hit. When you're drafting later in the first round, you know, the odds that you find an impact player are lower.
All right,
so
go get them.
Okay, you're the worst NFL GM
Say the
ever.
money, go ahead. Just say the receipt.
You're killing my retirement over
Yeah,
here.
you are.
Kimmy, would you make this move if they offered it right now?
I think so. I think I would.
You're going to forego 2 first-round picks.
Yeah. I think that's what you got to do right now if you want to be good next season, like immediately.
Okay.
Again, like these are the kind of guys that you're going to have to bring in.
Okay, so there are 2 theories here as we talk about Myles Garrett asking for a trade out of Cleveland. Bills fans want him bad, although now I'm getting a bunch of people arguing. Both Anthony and Danny say, forget about Myles Garrett, go trade for Cooper Kupp, the receiver in Los Angeles.
Well, he's been hurt though. recently too. I mean, that's
Yeah, but
not
it's
a
an LA
guarantee.
injury.
None of these guys that
Still
you're
coming out of the sushi bar.
that are in these positions are guarantees. It's just a matter of, to me, who you think you're going to get the most out of.
I think it's easier to go find a wide receiver than it is a game-breaking defensive end. I mean, Kimmy, there's two schools of thought. You're right. You can go trade these first-round picks and say, we're going to break through next year, and this is going to be the team that's dominant. But, I mean, anything can happen. The way that Brandon Beane has been playing at the Bills GM is we're going to keep the team competitive, knowing that Josh can bring us to a certain point and hope to catch a break. I mean, you look at teams the last couple of years. The Titans look dominant. They've fallen off. The Bengals have looked dominant. They've fallen off, right? Like, the Bills could have been one of those teams going all in. If you go all in now, 3, 4, 5 years from now, we could be looking at a much different situation, whereas you could do what the Steelers did with Roethlisberger and then kept continually trying to reload and catch a break when you got to the playoffs. I mean, what's the better way to be?
Well, yeah, to your point, you got to win now with Josh.
So
well,
then,
he's at the peak of his
so then
of
you
his
do want to
career.
bring in the guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, if I look at it that way, this kid's not going to be playing at this level forever.
I don't know, man. I mean, we are living in a different age where these quarterbacks go 15, 20 years.
The scrambling crazy ones or the pocket ones? The pocket ones go long. The ones that run all over the field seem they don't.
Pocket ones don't exist. I mean, Matthew Stafford, he runs pretty well. He gets hit a ton. He's still in the
He's
league.
got that good mattress. I mean, he gets to adjust his numbers every night. We got to get Josh one of those.
All right, we'll get
mattresses.
Josh one of the mattresses. All right, so you're both in on 2 first-round picks, mortgaging the future.
Well, who's around for their first round? That would be good.
I mean, no one is close to Myles Garrett.
So all right, so get rid of this.
Garrett
Sure.
Day.
I mean,
Garrett Day.
Ah.
Garrett Day.
And it also seems like the Bills may have a little bit of an edge in getting these guys to want to come to Buffalo, too, because right now it is a team that seems desirable for players.
Well, the good news is Myles Garrett doesn't have a choice, so even if he didn't want to come to
That's
Buffalo,
true.
right?
That's true.
Yeah, there's
With him, yeah.
Exactly. So he's coming wherever he
Oh,
gets
okay.
traded to. You may have to extend him too. He's making $20 million a year over the next, like $20 million next year, $20 million the year after that. He's going to want a contract extension, so you'd also have to spend some more money.
All right,
So you're in.
I'm in.
Okay.
He'll blow out his knee in the third game of the season.
Oh my God! What is wrong with you?
Oh,
If that
Monday night.
happens,
Well, we
Why
got
do you
somebody
do
down.
this?
Oh no! Here comes the. Oh no!
mark it.
Worst
Mark it.
bonus pick ever.
Mark it right now, because if it happens, everyone is going to despise you
But that's the way it goes.
more
man.
than they do. It's how it is with every team. These bad things don't just happen to Buffalo.
Seems to do.
It seems
Seems
to
you
do.
Seems to do. Let me tell you something. Seems to do.
All right, we're going to take a break so Tommy can reboot his mouth.
I did that last night.
Where was that?
Oh, I was rebooting on your mama.
Doesn't even make sense.
Ask her.
Man doesn't understand technology, so he says that.
I was booting on that booty.
Well, see, it turns out that your mouth is exactly what we're going to talk about here.
Whatever.
Because Tommy comes in, Kimmy, yesterday bitching about 2 separate incidents where he says people dimed on him.
Okay.
Dimed on him.
Yes.
Dimed on you.
Ran their
what
mouths.
would you do?
Yeah. What's that?
What would you do, though?
And it's funny you asked that question because, Kimmy, they would not be able to dime on him if he would just keep his stupid mouth shut.
Well, how about be cool, man?
Why would you say this to strangers? These 2 things.
Well, you have to respond when people talk to
Yes, you can respond like a normal person.
you. I did.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CM. are two ways to look at this situation.
Yeah.
The normal way and the Tommy way. Because this man across from me is upset with total strangers for continuing to, how did you put it yesterday?
Dime on me.
Dime on you. Yes. Blow you in.
And it happened the same way twice. How?
But these total strangers wouldn't have anything to dime on you about if you just would have kept your stupid mouth shut.
See, that's what they should do.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic. Rock 96.5 WCMF. We got stuff to give you.
What are we going to get?
Not you, because you can't keep your mouth shut. Everyone else can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Outlaw Music Festival with Bob Dylan and the Turnpike Troubadours at Darien Lake Amphitheater Friday, August 8th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. So we get one of Tommy's early morning performances yesterday, Kimmy. He comes in, and you got two stories you tell.
Yes. Well, a while back I was at the bank doing a little banking.
What a great old man start to a story.
Well, that goes at the bank.
And my wife was also had to come later to sign some papers that I was signing.
So
You know
two
what I'm
bank
saying?
trips in one day.
Yeah. So I go in early, I do my thing, and as I'm leaving, talking to the kid at the counter, conducting my business, and he goes, "You have a good weekend?" And I said, "My age, man, I don't have any fun on the weekends. I'm an old guy. That's how I leave it."
Sure.
And I go. My wife goes, does her business later. She goes, "No, the kid at the counter said, hey, your husband was in here early, and he says he doesn't have any fun on the weekend." Why would that kid say that? That was between me and you as a little jokey joke.
Yes.
Why would you dime on me, man?
Okay, all right.
So I got to explain to my wife, you don't think we don't have any fun?
It's awesome.
How is that? You're in business. And by the way, banks ain't going so good.
Oh, is that so?
I go in, I'm the only one. I'm like Elvis.
So you think you would have learned your lesson after that?
Yeah, you would think so, right? Like, hey, maybe don't do that
right?
again. Yeah.
Right.
All right, so now we're shopping around for some furniture. This is
What are you getting?
couch.
Oh, I got
Fancy
couch money. Sorry.
couch.
It's an old couch we got to get rid of. By the way, if you didn't even want it, it's yours.
What?
The old couch.
No, I'm not taking your couch because you're going to judge me for taking your couch.
You took my last stuff.
Yeah, but I was busted then. I'm slightly less busted.
So go in there. My wife's it's all on my wife, right? She's picking out the fabric, picking the boom. So I'm just walking around. It's Saturday afternoon, right?
Okay.
There's nobody in this place. So walk by the counter. The woman's there. She's like writing it up. We're going to buy this couch. And, my wife's telling her about her life and everything while they're shopping. And she'd just recently been in Chicago. And the woman looks at me, and my wife's off a little bit. She goes, did you go to Chicago? And I said, no, it was for immediate family only. As a joke, right? I don't think anything
funny
of it.
guy. Just
Yeah.
keeping it light.
So, and I just kind of turn heel and I'm walking around. We leave. So Sunday, my wife has to go finalize the deal. She goes alone. Walks into the joint. Same saleswoman, obviously. And the saleswoman goes, I think I upset your husband. She goes, because I asked him about if he went to the Chicago trip with you, and he said no. It was only for immediate family. And I just assumed it didn't make any sense. I thought he would be immediate family. And and my wife goes, no, he's just making a joke. He does that.
Hey, you idiot, this stupid
Why would
idiot.
she bring that up, man? You're trying to sell
Well-
couches. You're not break up my marriage.
Not knowing you, though, just looking at the way that
Why would you sell-
carry
you're-
yourself and you dress, you don't look like you have a sense of humor. Like, I would have thought that you were serious with what you said, too. I wouldn't think this guy tells a lot of jokes.
I'm done.
I mean, you're wearing a turtleneck, man.
I'm done with the bank. Send the couch back. Done with furniture.
All right, I will say this.
What?
With those two stories, it is very strange it happened to you twice.
And with salespeople.
But here's the thing. It does show you're memorable enough, or these people cared about you enough, those interactions, that they brought that up multiple times. And, I mean, look, I don't mean this as an insult. After
But here
Kimmy
it comes.
After Kimmy just buried you
Yes.
dead, it shows how good these folks are at their jobs that they remember the little details like
No,
that.
it shows you how bad they are at a job. No salesperson should bring up your personal life when you're trying to close a sale.
They're making a connection, and that one woman felt bad. She
Bro.
apologized to your wife.
It's bad. It's bad salesmanship.
Okay.
Any salesman will tell you don't do this.
Okay.
What? Apologize for thinking she offended you?
You don't know what happened. She don't know me.
Yeah, I think that
brief interaction.
That's why she didn't know what happened. So she's like, "Oh man, maybe I really pissed that guy
sound
off."
like? You know what you sound like?
What?
You don't sound like a closer. You ain't a closer.
Really? Because you bought the couch and you're still at the bank. So who's
Yeah.
closing? Who's stupid?
Okay, other than those two incidences,
The two that
they
were-
didn't close.
All right. So here's the thing.
What?
I get your bitch, but I don't know if your bitch is with the right people. Because you're right. Sure, these people could have read the room. They could have understood you.
Just shut up.
That you were joking, right? Okay, they could have done that.
Get the money in the till.
Or,
Or,
hear me out here.
Or,
Hear me out.
or,
Or you could stop saying stupid stuff.
what am I supposed to say?
Typical Tommy, always on stage, running your mouth,
Yes.
trying to get a laugh. Well, people are trying to do their job. Do your job.
It's
you know, like-
getting mad at your audience for not understanding your joke.
Oh, you mean every day?
But you
I
know,
mean,
when
that's
you
on
She's
you.
furiously trying to respond to emails on a phone that's not connected to Wi-Fi. It just gets sent out to nowhere.
But you know when you're stuck at some place where it's just not fun.
Okay.
Like furniture store, bank suck, and you just want to get out of there. And I don't really want to talk to these people.
So
up
that's
and
probably
beyond.
why she thought she offended you.
No, but look, Kimmy. All right, here's the thing. I'm gonna have to
It's Saturday night. I'm at a furniture store.
I'm gonna have to translate Tommy to you. All right, because I know how you feel. I know how you feel.
Right.
I do the same thing. But here's the problem.
Right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Both of those jokes you made. One, I don't have fun on the weekends to the bank kid. And two, immediate family only in Chicago to the woman selling you the couch. Very funny. As funny as they are, they're pretty dark jokes.
Oh, they're not that dark.
I'm older, my life sucks, and I'm an outsider in my family. That's what you said to these two people that you don't know. You don't know them. You drop that on people you've never met before in a business transaction.
And then
You were
walked
cool.
away.
Well, what are you supposed to do?
No.
Stay for the beans and greens?
But when you look at it through that lens, yeah, you kind of look like a psycho.
Not that much of a psycho.
But here's the thing. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And here's why. 252-WCMF. Tommy has been bit in the ass twice,
Yes.
running his mouth. You went to the bank. You were talking with a kid. You were about to leave. He asked you what you were doing this weekend, and you
I said,
said,
yeah, at my age, I don't have any fun anymore. Nothing.
his wife goes back to the bank later. He says exactly what Tommy
Yeah,
said.
yeah. Hey, I heard your husband doesn't have any fun on the weekends.
Upset your wife.
Yes.
Buying a couch this weekend. Tommy walks in. They're doing up the couch
Yeah.
payment. Tommy's wife isn't around. Brought up the trip to Chicago she took.
Yeah.
She asked you if you went on the Chicago trip, and you
no,
said,
it's for immediate family only.
well, she then ends up apologizing to your
Yes.
wife days later, thinking she offended you. Here's where we're at. The easiest joke to make to strangers are self-deprecating jokes.
Which was what I did.
Yes. It is hard having a conversation with somebody you don't know.
Right.
Especially when you're trying to make small talk.
And I don't even want to make small talk with you, lady.
I'm with you. I'm with you. But here's the thing. When they ask, what are you doing this weekend? Or when they ask, did you also go to Chicago? They don't really care.
I understand it.
Okay. And if you actually give them real information, this will just keep going, which neither of you want.
Which I didn't do.
So,
I didn't give him real information.
but all you had to do was just be like, yes and fine. That's all you had to say.
All right, here's what I'm going to say from now on.
Okay.
All right, I'm coming up.
Yeah.
Bank.
Okay, I'll be bank guy. Hello,
Yeah.
welcome to International Bank.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what are you doing? Anything fun this weekend?
No, I did drugs. I had to go to the hospital. And I think I used somebody else's needle.
What is wrong with you?
I know, crazy, right?
What is wrong with you?
You tell my wife that?
Where,
Blab him out, Bobby, blab him out at the bank.
where these situations get uncomfortable happens in three spots.
What?
You ready?
What?
When? One, what happened with you where these folks think you're offended or they feel
Yeah.
bad for you? Two, they take what you said seriously and they try and make you feel better. Has that ever happened to you where you'll make a self-deprecating joke and they're like, no.
I always hate when people do that.
Same, man. Same. Like you make a joke about the way you look or your weight or your financial situation, and this person from a place of kindness tries to make you feel better. And you can't be mad because they're just being nice, but at the same time, now I'm in a worse spot than I was before.
Well, they're making you feel better because they don't know what else to do. Because
Good,
I
shut
don't
up.
know if I'm supposed to laugh at that. If I don't really know you, you know what I mean. So I can see why your instant reaction would be, oh, I have to make this person. I have to say the opposite of what they just said. You
Sure.
know, you're kind of putting them in a weird position.
But there's a third one, and it might be the worst.
The third rail? What?
They go darker than you.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, you
And-
better. And that happens all the time
Like,
in this room.
You make a joke,
Yep.
and then they go with a legitimate
Well,
problem.
actually,
Yes, that
yes.
they think you can relate to.
Funny you
And-
bring this up.
Yes, we're not joking. Like now I'm hearing about child custody cases or bad relationships or bankruptcy or jail time. And again, you
Some
can't
terrible disease.
be upset because you brought it up first, stupid.
Yep.
Yeah, I wish I knew a second language.
You don't know first language.
Why? Why do you wish you knew a second?
No, because then I could just I don't.
Even though you're just speaking.
You were already speaking
I
English?
no understand.
Why are you doing your hands
Oh,
like
yeah,
that?
I know
Is that what
understand.
people from Latin America do when they
Yeah,
talk with
well, I
their
was doing
hands?
Italian, I know
They're
understand.
juggling.
In my village,
You were just speaking
we
English.
only had one couch,
Oh my God.
How
and the
would that
bank
get
was
you into
always
any-
closed. We had no money for the couch.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. Kimmy's theory as to why this keeps happening to you is the way you dress is you don't look like you have a sense of humor.
No,
So cruel.
no joy on that face.
Let's talk to Paul. Hey, Paul, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, I was just talking earlier with Kimmy. I got to ask you, Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
I've been listening to you for a long, long time.
I apologize.
Is there any public setting at all, anywhere, where you're out in public where you feel comfortable and have a good time?
Yeah.
From what I've been hearing from you, I don't think you have a good time anywhere except in your house.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, probably. I like Wegmans. And I like the shoe guy.
I like the shoe guy, he says.
Yeah, it puts a nice shine on it.
I mean, Paul, but I kind of assumed that was all guys. Like, the older we get, the more we kind of just like
No,
being
but
in
there
our
are
own
settings
spaces.
that you enjoy. You like going to Bills games.
I do.
Like there are certain public places and social interactions that you enjoy, and I really can't come up with any for Tommy.
I can't come up with anything that you sound like you're having fun at. It just doesn't sound. It sounds like you're that guy with a pipe, with a turtleneck in your house, sitting there smoking a pipe, having your scotch, and that to you is the best time ever. And if you have to leave that situation, you are very uncomfortable.
You're not wrong.
It's just-
That does sound
I mean-
kind of
He's
nice.
breaking you down,
And
man.
I got that pipe.
yeah.
Hey, Paul, let me ask you, are you good at small talk?
Yeah, I am. I've got a mouth for gab, definitely.
Mouth for
Definitely.
Gab. I'd like to meet
Yeah.
that Gab.
Yeah, I can go out and be comfortable in situations
I hate
like
guys
when my
like
wife
you.
Yeah.
Charlie Chuckle Ass.
Well, no.
You
All right, I
chuckle
gotta
ass
go.
down at the bar.
Paul's bored with us. He's leaving now. Paul, thanks for the call, buddy.
All right, man. Have a good one.
He's the guy that gets
he
stuck
doesn't-
behind when I vote.
He doesn't need our misery track. It doesn't down.
All right, so talking about small talk. Because here's the thing. The easiest thing to do to avoid these situations from now on, you keep getting yourself into, is to just learn how to make small talk.
I'm not a small talk guy.
Look, it does seem hard. It does seem hard.
Like, my wife's great at it. My wife could just talk to people. She's very comfortable. I can't do any of it.
I think all women are good at small talk.
They must be. Like, the hair goes up on my neck, and I've got a lot of it now.
I mean, okay, so people that are good at small talk, it does feel like a waste of time. I'm with you.
Like, salespeople are very good at that kind of thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, all right, so people that are good at small talk, 252 WCMF, and so everyone is along for the ride. Let's define small talk as conversation that does not matter in any way.
Right. It's just chit-chat.
Yeah,
Catching up.
you're not interested. You have no reason to have this convo. You're just
Base.
talking.
But they look interested.
To the folks that are good at it, did you have to learn how to do it? Like, did someone show you how to make small talk? Or are you just either born or not born with the ability to make small talk?
Like, my old man was good at it because he was a salesman.
Yeah.
Your old man's good at it because he's a cop. He has to interact with people,
think-
and he's a funny guy.
I just think he was always. I don't think it was the cop. I think he just wants everyone to like him.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's very good at it.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah. No.
My old man's same way. My mother was she was the same way, because you've laid her.
I think people that are good at small talk are people that are good at asking questions and follow-up questions because it means like they're listening.
And that drives
and
me
they-
nuts. Anytime like I'm ready to
But
go,
that's what keeps the conversation going.
I don't want any follow-ups. No
Why?
follow-ups.
Well, no. I mean, like you said it yourself. People like hearing their own names
Yes.
when you speak to them,
Yeah.
and they like knowing that you're listening. Kimmy's right.
Yeah.
So,
So-
I think the key is if you don't enjoy small talk, just keep asking them questions.
Well, no, because now I'm
Now
going to go
I'm
down
stuck.
a rabbit hole, and we have the risk of running.
Yeah.
We're running the risk
Well,
of
You're
but
gonna
if you're
hit that
stuck there
sinkhole,
anyways-
and you're stuck, man. You're 50 feet under.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, there is nothing worse than it's time to go, and you ask someone a
Okay.
question.
And
Yeah.
the social
personal,
cue ain't
yeah.
picking up.
Well, you'll figure it out pretty quickly how long-winded they are.
252 WCMF. You know, we started this break. You know, you're getting a new couch, very fancy. You offered us your couch. I don't want your couch. Kimmy doesn't want your couch. But Fred's on CMF. Hey, Fred, how are you, buddy?
How we doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Not much. Tommy, I'm getting divorced. I need your couch.
By the way, you have to take it. You can't sleep there. Are you really getting divorced?
Take your couch. I got a means to move it. I got a trailer. I'll come and pick it up from you.
All right. $1,000. It's yours, bro.
Fred, are you getting?
You were giving it away. Come on.
I ain't
Help a
giving it
guy out
away,
here.
Fred. I gotta make a profit here.
Wait a minute. Were
He's
you
got
going to
fancy
sell me your
couches.
couch? Was that what you were trying to
of course he
do?
was.
No.
Did you offer me?
Yes, you
Do
did.
you want my couch and you were going to give me a price if I said yes?
I was gonna give you a negotiated good
I've
deal.
known you 20 years, you dick.
What? There's a tariff. You got to pay. You
Fred.
paid a tariff.
Good luck on your new couch, buddy. Thanks for the call.
And your new life.
Why?
What?
You see, this is what I mean.
What?
You didn't have to say that part. It was over. It was done.
What?
You open your stupid mouth and his awful falls out. Just shut up. All you got to do is shut up.
Well, I'm not in the shut up business.
Well, no, but see here, that's again, you're always joking. Always think you're on stage. Microphone in front of your face. Check me out. All right, I have a tip.
You ain't got tip crap.
No,
But right, there's crap on that tip because I know where it's been.
yeah, your mom's place.
You sodomized my mother.
Damn right I did. She asked for more. We fall out of that
Too
chair.
far.
He started
Too
it.
far.
He
Did we
started
not
it.
just learn from this story?
Too far.
It's okay because
Too
it's
far.
us. I wouldn't say that to someone at like 7-Eleven.
Too far.
Standing up for your mom.
From this point on,
Yeah, what are we going to do?
when you're about to say something to a stranger,
Think.
I want you to think this.
Think.
Think this. Ready?
All right.
Should I shut up?
Okay.
And I'm serious.
Well, I should always shut up.
No. Because there are times where you can interact. But before you say something, go, is this something a time where I should shut up?
Let's try that.
All right, ready?
now.
All right.
I'm walking to the bank.
All right, hey, welcome to International Bank of...
Shut up! No, I'm talking to myself, sir. Sorry. No, my partner said I should shut up.
Let's take a break. There is a woman in some serious trouble out in Greece. But what's
You shouldn't
interesting...
shut up.
What's interesting about this story, Kimmy, is we don't really know what got her in trouble.
No, I was
It's-
trying to figure out the way the whole thing worked.
Where
here.
did she get in trouble?
Yeah.
Well, it's
That's
not
kind
even,
of a tell.
It's not even where she got in trouble.
Yeah.
In fact, we don't even know that.
Oh.
But Kimmy, I think you're right. She's one of these people that thinks she's found something.
Oh, I think, there are people I know that in a situation similar to this would have been like, what? They want you to do that.
There may be a thin line between loophole
Yeah.
and fraud.
All
And we'll
right.
get to it next here in the break room. On CMF. Guess what, Tommy?
What happened?
I got a tip.
All right. Tip me.
A way to get free stuff. And the fat cats who own these big businesses, they won't even realize what they're allowing people to do.
Nice.
You in?
I'm in.
Well, guess what? You're under arrest.
Oh.
Because there is a thin line between loophole and
Yeah.
illegal. And it's something that this woman may have found out the hard way.
So what'd she do?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Don't forget, we are about 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game,
Ooh, boy.
Where They Whine, and just after 9 o'clock, get everything together,
Mm-hmm.
right? Facts, ideas.
Oh, yeah.
Get your phone ready. Where They Whining, just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. A 43-year-old woman in Greece is in some serious trouble this morning.
What'd she do?
Story on 13 Wham says the woman, and I quote, engaged in a pattern of obtaining merchandise from local retailers, then returning the items for gift cards, store credit, or selling them to third parties. It doesn't say, Tommy,
Yeah.
in the story that she stole them.
Mm-hmm.
She's not being charged with burglary or theft.
It's on the return.
Yeah.
I don't know, or how
We
she
don't know
obtained
how
them.
she
We have no
yeah,
idea.
how she
All right.
got them.
But what she did was illegal because she was convicted of wire fraud for whatever she was doing.
All right.
On Monday, she was sentenced, and they gave her 27 months
God damn.
for her involvement in this fraud scheme. Not only that, she has to pay $16,000 in restitution.
And I'm guessing she ain't got no 16G.
Well, all she just give her a little time with some merchandise, and she'll take care of it. So, Kimmy, you saw this story, and it reminded you of some people you may or may not know.
Yeah, I feel like everybody has that one friend that thinks like they found some loophole to
The
these
scam.
kind of things. Like,
Well, no, it's not a scam, it's a loophole.
Like they're gonna explain why it's not technically stealing, but you're getting something for nothing, essentially.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I believe you are right. I believe.
And I don't know if it's so much what this woman's accused of or did, but it's something along those lines where you're like, they're explaining it to you, and in your mind, you're like, yeah, that doesn't really seem right. You
Legal.
know? Yeah,
Legal.
that doesn't seem,
Legal.
seems like you could get in some trouble if you told the wrong person this story.
Look, Kimmy, I'm with you. I think everybody has someone in their circle. And I get that this story, Tommy, is extreme
Yeah.
on account of the money we're talking.
Yeah.
But there are people in your life
Oh, yeah.
who are absolutely committing crimes thinking they've gamed the system.
But they probably get away with it
For now,
Right.
forever.
based on what?
So I know people that can just return anything. Like they get their money back.
Okay.
And they know they lying. Or they're scamming or something.
Like they broke it, but they're going to tell them
They
that
didn't
it
use
came
it, but
broken.
would never use it, and you used it.
Yeah.
So I know people that when they throw parties, they go get those high-end party stuff,
Okay.
and then they just return it after the party.
Is that illegal?
But they'll say they
I
never
mean-
used it.
It's
So you're
technically
lying.
used.
Is it illegal?
I don't know.
Can I get arrested if they figure out?
Because
Or
they'll go, the party got canceled, so what am I going to do? I don't need it. Because it's like stuff you would never buy
Right.
normally.
yeah, like an ornate punch bowl.
Yes.
Or, I get
Yeah.
a popcorn machine,
Right.
something like that. No, I get what you're saying. I guess what I'm asking is, could I get in trouble? I mean, not that the kid behind the counter making $15 an hour is
Right.
going to care, but if they
Right.
wanted to pursue it, is that something illegal? Because it is a, quote, loophole.
Right.
But it does feel like it's against the law.
It's like a rent-all center, but you ain't renting.
Yeah, you ain't paying nothing.
Yeah.
You opened it, you used it, and you stuffed it back in
Right.
the package.
People do that stuff all the time.
So there's a guy we know
Mm-hmm.
who shared with Kimmy and I how to get free stuff from Amazon.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to reveal the scam or should I?
You can reveal.
Yeah, I want to know.
So he found out by accident that
Mm-hmm.
if you order something and then cancel the order at a certain time,
Like it's
You
already out
cancel
for
it
delivery.
When it's out for delivery.
So it's timing on your phone
yes,
then.
it will still show up. And if you call Amazon, sometimes they'll say, we don't want it back. So he has started to order things and then cancel them en route to get stuff for free.
So as soon as you see out for delivery,
He'll cancel it.
You cancel
and
it.
it's not worth their time to come back and get it.
right?
That is 100% against the law. But this
I would assume at some point you're gonna get flagged, but I don't know what that point is because this person seems to have been able to do it for
Yeah.
quite some time.
But this person is insisting
Yes.
what they are doing is not illegal, and they found a loophole in the system, and
Well-
it's 100% illegal.
But I mean, kind of is and isn't because
Oh my God!
Well,
you are
but you're-
canceling it, and they have the ability to not drop it off, and then if they don't want it, I understand what you're saying, but it's also a little bit on them because they don't want it back because it's not worth their time.
You're buying it under false pretenses. You had no intention of paying for
that
it.
yes,
That's fraud.
yeah.
That is fraud.
But you'd never be able to prove that in court.
Really? When you do it 19 times, you just keep
19 times
canceling
might be
orders? I mean,
But I think everybody's ordered something and like they would try to send it back and they don't come and get it. They go keep it.
sure.
And I think that's where that mentality starts.
Okay, look, if enough people start to do this with delivery services,
You could
They're not
ruin
gonna let
America.
you do
no,
it
I'm
anymore.
saying exactly. Eventually, they're going to have
You're
to make
going
an
to be
then
stuck
example.
China
with
wins.
it, and you're not going to get your money back.
Yeah.
So when I was on the road as a kid doing comedy, I had a comic buddy who taught me how to commit fraud to make $30.
Oh.
And looking back on it, what he showed me how to do, what it was is, there, with like big box stores like Walmart, Target,
Yeah.
there will always be a difference in price in some like high-end like kitchen appliance.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is like a coffee machine, a deep
Yeah.
fryer, something like that. So you could go to one store and spend $120 on this high-end coffee
Yeah.
machine, and then walk into another store and return it for cash without a receipt.
So you get the difference.
Yep, $150. So I would make $30. And when I was up against it on the road, I would use this.
Nice.
And it saved me a whole bunch of times. I really hope the statute of limitations are up because without question.
How they gonna catch you?
But here's the thing. At the time,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not illegal. Who's getting hurt?
Well, you're getting your product back.
Exactly. The one place is making money because I bought it from them. The other
Yeah.
place is going to sell it for the price that it
Yeah.
was. But it's absolutely fraud.
Yeah.
It is absolutely fraud.
Well, it's like light fraud.
But I must have did that 25 times
Damn.
when I was up against it. And I would now be terrified trying it if I
Yeah.
needed it, that someone was going to be like, wait. And they must have changed the policy by now because if he knew
They
about
either
it.
changed the policy or the store went out of business.
Well, I mean, no, these stores are still open. You always had to go with the big box stores.
Yeah.
The best one was like, well, Big Lots is actually going out of business.
Yes.
There was one product you could buy from Big Lots that was like $50, $60 less expensive than another big box store.
Oh.
They would always give me cash for it.
Damn.
Every
Cash, wow.
single time. And like I would have been able to make a fortune if I had the capital to invest in more than one.
Well, you were a startup. It's very tough.
I mean, I did have a little business going.
Yeah.
And even if you, and I think people will even think they're not doing anything wrong if they do that and get store credit. Well, I'm still spending it at the store. It's like, yeah, but you're still stealing that store credit.
Well,
you know what I mean?
but they are getting the product back to sell, so they're not hurt.
But when I worked
Well, but if they can sell it,
But when I worked in a grocery business, like any time they send something back, you just didn't question it because it was bad business.
Sure.
Don't have the argument at the front counter. Just take it, let them go, do it. And people knew that.
Yeah.
And once they picked up on that, yeah, it was a free for all.
Well, it's still
but
kind
they still did it.
But it's still kind of that way. You'll see people return fruit that went bad because they've had it for 2 weeks, and
Sure.
they'll just take it and flip it, go get your banana.
We had people cook steaks on grills and bring them back warm, saying it was tough. And they wanted another one. It was the weirdest thing. Like it was like wrapped up in tinfoil.
wow.
And then they would go get a more like they would go, well, go get another one, and they would get a bigger steak or a more expensive steak, and you just go ahead.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, but again, like,
They knew what they were doing.
well, I think the flaw in the system for these businesses is if that's a mom and pop shop, if that guy
It kills 'em.
Let's say it's a meat market.
Yeah.
That owner is going to argue that.
Oh, yeah.
And I understand why you would do it, but when you put the responsibility of exchanges like this in someone that you're paying
Right.
minimum wage, I don't care.
And you don't want the issue on the front end in front of customers.
Yeah, yes.
You don't need an argument.
252 WCMF, 43-year-old woman in Greece was sentenced to 27 months in prison as part of a fraud scheme.
Damn it, she needs a new lawyer.
Story on 13 Wham says she engaged in a pattern of obtaining merchandise from local retailers, then returning the items for gift cards, store credit, or selling them to third parties. It doesn't say she stole them.
No.
Right? She was convicted of fraud, wire
Okay.
fraud. And Kimmy, this sounds like the Kimmys, like people she
To
knows.
some
Yeah.
extent,
It's a
everybody's-
loophole.
Yeah.
I mean, my parents were always doing stuff, grabbing things, returning stuff.
Well, that's straight up theft.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Stealing knives
Stealing
from
those
Outback
knives
Steakhouse.
and- yeah.
How close do you have to be to someone where you pull them aside and like warn them, like, hey, maybe this can
I
actually
ain't
get you in
doing
trouble?
it, man.
Never?
No, I'm not getting involved.
Yeah.
Have at it. I mean, if you're going to be that tight or chintz, knock yourself out.
No, let's say, we've known each other for a long time. I got 2 kids. I got my wife, right? If I'm doing something that you know is going to get me in trouble, and I'm describing it to you like a genius idea, you're not telling me this is
I
illegal?
mean, maybe you, but yeah, it's about it.
Not Kimmy? You let her go to jail?
No, Kimmy too.
Oh, shut up, you bitch.
No, but that'd be about it. But like, let's say down the hall,
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved.
Well, I want to see what happens.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, back off. Because, maybe they pull it off.
And I get a better parking spot.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
Is there someone you're close enough where you would tell them, I think this is illegal, you should stop it?
I don't think
No,
so.
she's
I
with
just
me.
because I think it's a losing
Spineless.
battle. It's a losing battle,
Yeah.
and like if they say, well, no, you're wrong, like where do we go from here? 'Cause
Right.
now I just accused you of being a thief.
Well, no, you didn't accuse. They are being a thief.
Right.
They are committing
but
crimes.
I think you have to accept that could, end the relationship
And
with
you
that
overstepping. You can't. Once you start
person.
overstepping.
And you especially can't say it if you've enjoyed that thing at their
Oh, yeah.
house.
Yeah.
If you went to that party and
Yeah.
then returned in that punch bowl, yeah.
I will
Hypocrite.
say, like, I think we all have stupid people in our lives. And when I say stupid, relative, right? Like stupid in certain areas.
Yeah.
Where you could see them doing something like this and go, it makes sense why they would think this is a good idea. What blows my mind are the spouses of those people that know what they're doing and don't say anything. Because going back to that Amazon scheme with that
Yeah.
person we know,
Yeah.
that person has a smart spouse.
Yeah.
And I would have thought that spouse would have stepped up and been like, hey, stupid, stop this.
Yeah, but she's
Could be a
enjoying it too.
Could be a losing battle.
Right?
You know what I mean?
You know, we were being gender neutral until right there.
Oh.
You are so bad at this. You are so bad at this.
No, it could be anybody.
How are you so... You're Sicilian. How do you not
I
know how to
have.
keep your mouth
Yeah, I
shut?
have a Dutch. There's no Dutch mafia, bro. They hear him coming with the wooden shoe.
He sleeps with the fish. Oh, he's floating again. Look at that. Shoes are made of wood. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF, the Break Room Facebook page. Derek writes us, my dumbass brother-in-law convinced my sister that switching price tags on stuff in the store, as Kimmy said, is a loophole. It's theft, and they're going to get caught one day.
Or where they put like the sales sticker on there or something.
You can't really justify switching price tags.
Yeah.
That's theft.
That's
Yeah.
a dangerous game you're playing.
And you have to be really good at like putting it on there without looking like it wasn't tampered.
And then they're not going to see you on the security
Oh,
camera
yeah, yeah.
doing
Yeah, I
it.
don't-
Yeah, you
wanna
could do
be
it back
with
in the
ya.
day when everything was labeled before like UPC labels and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, Derek, if you're Derek's brother-in-law listening, we see police blotter stories of people arrested for that all the time.
Yes.
That's not a loophole.
Yeah.
That's a straight-up crime, bro.
Yeah.
That is a straight-up crime. All right, let's take a break.
Yep.
Maybe you'll take solace in the fact that the NFL is looking to fix this problem that happened with the Bills in the AFC Championship.
Oh, they fixed it?
Well, they're thinking about it. Maybe, I guess
They're looking into it.
Yeah.
All right.
But what's interesting is if they do change this,
Yeah.
the Bills may not have a Super Bowl appearance in their back pocket or a Super Bowl championship, but they do a hell of a job of making the NFL change the rules when they
Oh.
realize, this thing that happened to the Bills is kind of unfair.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the Break Room on CMF. Sports leagues, NFL, NBA, NHL,
Yeah.
Major League Baseball, they're always improving their game,
Oh,
watching things, learning, then deciding we can make it better this way.
Yeah, make adjustments.
It's a good thing.
Yes.
I'm just really sick of this always happening at the expense of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, what happened now?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF again. Sit tight.
Oh, boy.
Little while. We got Where They Whining coming.
Come on.
Well, it's
I'm
coming.
ready. Oh,
it's
I'm
going to be
ready.
coming.
I'm
So we
ready.
got that. Also, we got your chance of $5,000.
$5,000 to give me.
Easy to win. You download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF for an hour each day. That's your entry. Minimum of an hour. That's your chance at $5,000. One winner will be randomly selected every weekday during this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. You know, as part of the Super Bowl week, the commissioner gets out in front of everybody, answers questions, talks about the state of the league.
Okay.
And one of those issues on the docket this year, the NFL is reportedly looking into now measuring first downs electronically.
I thought they kind of did.
Nope, they use the chain system.
Yeah, it's still where they place the ball.
But I always thought like it was still. All right. So,
No. So the way it works.
So they had the technology to do this.
Yes, they do.
Jesus Christ.
So the way that it works now
Yeah.
is you have a guy on the side of the field who thinks he sees where the ball is. He then puts his foot down and walks out towards the ball. That's where the spot of the ball
This
is.
is where the ball shall be.
And you measure it with two other guys holding two sticks with 10-yard chains on it.
Right.
There is a chip in the ball currently, a computer chip.
Yeah.
The NFL says that computer chip technology is not good enough to measure
Okay.
for first downs. But it's the NFL. They're a billion-dollar franchise. NHL pucks have chips in them. Major League Baseballs sometimes have chips in them. They have the ability to measure this stuff and do it. And it looks like as soon as next year, we could be getting electronically measured, automatic, no instantly
Okay.
first downs. You know why they're looking into this?
Because of the debacle with the Bills.
4th and 1 AFC Championship game play. It's been an issue for years, but all of a sudden, after it happened in that game, now they're going to look into it.
Well, 60 million people saw it.
Thanks for the help, guys.
Seems to be a pattern happening here.
Well, yeah, that's just it. This wouldn't be the first time the NFL changed a rule on account of the Bills getting effed because the new overtime rules exist solely after the 13-second regular or,
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Josh Allen didn't touch the ball in overtime, and the Bills lost. So they
Yeah.
changed the rule. So this will now be the second time in 5 years the NFL decided we're going to do stuff different because it really hurt Buffalo.
Against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
On top of that.
So thanks, guys.
Hey, at least you're changing the face of the league.
Yeah, it's going to be better for everybody else afterwards. Like, I'm really looking forward to next year. What rule's going to change after the Bills get F there?
I'm also terrified that any of these rule changes at some point actually hurt the Bills instead
Yeah,
of
it
help
could happen.
them.
Yep,
You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
I when that overtime rule was changed, I'm like, watch the Bills be like the victims of their own rule change.
I mean, look,
the next season.
You're right. We all have deep-seated BTSD, Bill's traumatic stress
Yes.
disorders. So, yeah, we think that way. It is strange
What's that?
that they haven't moved to this technology sooner.
Yeah, I mean, they have it. Mm-hmm. To your point, like you said, other sports use it.
Yeah. I think part of it's the entertainment factor.
Right, of not knowing. It's,
having
it's
the
the
refs.
build-up, and it's the reviews, and it's the speculation.
I mean, look, if you know instantly if the ball crosses, you lose, the spot's there. There's that 7 seconds of the chain coming down.
Yeah.
The 5 seconds of them pulling the chain out, and you're waiting to see where that chain's going to stop. It is
Very-
it's that short.
But also
Ooh,
Very
they got it.
dramatic.
It also moves the game along.
But I don't know if the NFL wants to move the game along because in those moments you are on the edge of your seat. You
Some
are
people
riveted.
are. Some people just don't care. I mean, just get the game going. The
See-
game, I mean, there's somebody who starts and stops this game to begin with.
Yeah, but I mean, I maybe it's me getting older. NFL games have started to move so fast for me. It used to feel like
Well,
when I
life
was
starts moving faster because you're going to die soon.
Okay.
It's funny when you say it to me.
well, but you are actually going to die
yeah,
soon,
you-
and everyone's
I don't know
hoping.
if you're saying that as a joke.
Keep pulling on that gray hair. I see it.
No, I'll be honest with you.
What?
I kind of want him to
I
keep.
hate it. Like all those, like the chain. Here comes the chain. We got to make. Oh, hey, timeout. Oh, he's calling a timeout.
I love the chain. I hate the review. The reviews take
timeouts
away.
suck.
Timeouts suck.
Yes.
What does that even mean?
When they get down to the end, he called a timeout. So ice the kicker.
Yeah,
Shut
it
up.
builds the anticipation.
Just kick the goddamn ball. Can we be done with this?
Oh my God! Why do you even watch football? You
I
hate
do, but
football.
let's move
no,
it along,
I know
boys.
you do. I'm saying, why do you watch it?
I only watch one game.
I know.
I give my money to the Buffalo Bills.
You don't have to watch it at all. No one's going to fault you.
No, I like the Bills.
Your picks will still be the same whether you watch the games or not. 252 WCMF reports that the NFL will be looking into measuring first downs electronically with a chip in the ball starting next season. It seems that the technology already exists. In fact, I believe it was the Las Vegas Raiders have been using this technology during games.
Well, that's Vegas, baby.
But without using it like in an official capacity. That was a report I was.
So it does work.
Yes. Well,
because they're saying it's not. They think the technology is questionable. It's the way the NFL is put.
But that could be a problem too because you've never used it before.
Either.
Yes, let's say that there is a failure of the technology.
Because then what challenge is that?
Exactly. Right? So now you got to go back to the old way. I mean, if they use the chip, are they still going to have the first down change to know where you are in case maybe the system fails? What if the system has them come up short or gives them a first down where they shouldn't, and that's the one you're going to go with? I mean, there are a lot of questions here, and I do love the pageantry of marching out the chains. Though there is pageantry
Release
to
the
it.
chains.
I'm telling you, man, every time I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, but you're a deep fan.
Yes.
No, I mean, but that's exciting even if you're not a fan of the
boy.
team you're watching. It's the whole moment leading up to
I hear
it.
it's pageantry.
It is pageantry. It's by design.
The marching of the chains.
It's by design.
But if you're still doing it the same way you did it in front of Vince Lombardi, maybe you ought to change this.
Okay, look, I'll listen to that argument. I'm just saying, if they do go to the chip, it's probably
make sure it's perfect,
and it's probably better. I'm gonna miss the march of the chains. Well, yeah. I mean, look, there was an argument made for years that what made baseball so good with, human referees or human umpires was, the fact that they can make mistakes. It changes things. It made the game less predictable.
Yeah.
The Red Wings over at Innovative Field this year had a couple of games where they used the computer umpire. Did you see any of them?
I did not.
I mean, it makes the game go quick. If the umpire gets the call wrong, it immediately tells you if it was a ball or a strike.
Oh, all right.
It was remarkable. But it did take a little bit of the romance out of the game for me.
Right.
Okay. As some umpires screaming strike.
Yeah. And then it was really.
Well, it also highlights how often their mistakes are made.
Well, that's just
which
it.
May not be great.
Well, because I forget the rule, but I think you had like one or two challenges a game, and the batter has to challenge it right away.
Yeah.
The game I was at, it was Father's Day last year. They missed on like 6 strikes.
Ooh.
So there's no umpire?
The umpire's behind the
No,
plate.
they're
They
still
make,
there.
they make the initial
majority of
call,
the calls,
and then if the batter thinks they're wrong, they can challenge it.
Oh.
It immediately, it happens within 5 seconds.
Oh.
But you get one unless you get it right, and then you keep going. I think that's the rule, whatever it is.
Okay.
But in this game I was at, the ump was so bad, there were
really?
6 challenges.
Well, that kind of tells you.
And they all kept going.
Yeah.
Right.
But it was, I don't know.
Who knew the fat, out-of-shape guy squatting down wasn't getting it right?
Make some dynamite salsa, though.
Oh, the best Major League, I hear.
Let's take a break. Now's the time. 252 WCMF. We already have people waiting on hold.
Of course.
Okay, get a life. Get a life, you losers. Also, stick tight because it's everyone's favorite break room game. Kimmy's got her post ready to roll. She's going to read it out loud. It's Where They're Whining, and it happens next in the break room on CMF. People are waiting, Tommy.
I'm ready.
I mean, no, you're never ready.
I'm super ready.
Have you won in a year?
Oh, yeah.
No, serious question. Kimmy, has he won within the last 12
What
months?
does it matter?
Not sure on that.
See,
I don't have a.
what's that got to do with anything?
No, I don't.
I have a timeline.
You've gone so cold, you shouldn't even be here
I
right
was the
now.
first to go to 3 in this room.
Yeah, and now you are
Three-peat.
in third place. And you weren't a three-peat.
Yes, I was.
No.
I won
Three-peat
3.
is back-to-back-to-back.
Well, yes, if you take the other ones out.
It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for everyone's favorite break room game, Where They Whine. And you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. And if you've never played the game, here's how it works.
What do we do?
Kimmy has a post from one of the neighborhood apps. It's like Facebook for where you live. And people post some wild stuff on there, Tommy. She's going to read it out loud while we're moving street names and any reference to the town it's from. But despite that, there are still little clues
Oh, yeah.
that you will be able to hear that will narrow down where this post is from.
Oh, pinpoint.
Which town, village, neighborhood in the city of Rochester, anywhere in the greater
But you
Rochester.
got to listen to the whole thing.
Well, yeah, you do not go, ooh,
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah. That'd be stupid.
We're going to listen,
Listen.
and it is your job to call us at 252-WCMF, 252-9263, to tell us where they whine. And if you manage to win, you take home nothing. You get absolutely nothing. This game brings out the
Yeah.
worst in everybody. We always end up screaming at each other. We insult our listeners like we never have before on a weekly basis, and it's all for no prize.
Yes. It's a
No
good time.
prize.
It's a good time.
Except for a star of the chart. All right, Kimmy,
Yep.
are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do this thing.
Webster, Hilton, Irondequoit, where they
Stretch it.
whining.
Did anyone catch the planetary alignment last week?
Shut up!
Star
Hold on.
dicks.
Hold on.
Star dicks?
Star dicks.
If you say you did, you're lying.
Oh!
Show me your pictures to prove it. Bet you can't, because there was nothing to see.
Sky shame.
What the media sold us on TV was not what we saw in the sky. All these so-called experts failed to mention that you need a telescope to actually see it because you can't see shiznit with the naked eye.
Wait, they're cursing at a planet post?
I planned an entire night with my kids around it. Got our winter gear on, drove out to blank, and nothing.
Did a road trip.
A cloudy sky with a few dull twinkles was all we saw. No different than your basic stars. Made me feel like a failure as a parent because I disappointed my 2 young kids who thought they were going to see a planet with rings. Not the picture they painted on the news. They made it sound like the planets would be as big and as clear as the moon in the night sky. False. These weathermen need to be held accountable.
Hold them accountable! Lock them up!
This is why people don't trust the news and why I personally don't watch anymore. Neither do any of my friends. This whole planet alignment thing was all for ratings, and at this point, it's just sad. What a joke.
Got them hot planet ratings coming in.
What a joke.
All right, Tommy.
Ooh.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to take a shot, what are you hearing, buddy?
Well, first I was thinking, possibly a, upper middle class guy,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have a telescope.
Wait, what?
Yeah. See, he had to, because he
You think all people upper middle class and above own a telescope?
I know. I think all telescopes are owned by middle class people.
You don't think upper class people own
Upper class.
telescopes?
Well, I think it's an upper class.
There
apparatus.
are people. Telescopes are not in. They're not
So
expensive.
do you think there's some low end trash with a telescope to look at the planets, not your neighbor's bathroom window?
Low end trash is not the word I would put it, but yes, I think there are people lower on the socioeconomic level that own telescopes. Why not?
You pervert.
It's a free show every night.
Yeah, and I know what you're looking at.
Okay.
Probably
So,
the college neighbor girl that just got home from college.
so is that where the college neighborhood got
That's
home
where she
from?
come home
Can
from
we
college.
stop living in
I don't
your
think
weird
you're even-
fantasies and keep saying out loud?
So
You-
I kind of think this is like, because he had to take a road trip to go look at the sky.
So where are they whining?
I'm going to go on the west side of town
Okay.
in a little bit of week. It's a weak west side area.
Okay. What do you got?
Had to take a road trip.
Okay.
I'm going to say Chile.
That was the dumbest pick you could have made.
No, I don't think so.
That was the dumbest pick you could
Because
have
you had to take a road trip.
Bro, all right. First of all,
Charlie's got grimy sky.
Do you want to hear grimy sky?
Got grimy sky. You got too much light pollution. You get right by the airport.
Do you want to hear why you're wrong?
Wegmans has got that whole plan over there. It's tough to see anything.
Whole plan? You mean the plan that's
every
been
time
there
I go
for
to Bill
30
Gray's over there, I
years?
never look up because I can't see a goddamn thing.
Oh my God.
Grimy sky.
Okay.
That's a first.
Do you want to know why you're wrong, or do you want to know my pick? What do you want?
Oh, run your goddamn mouth, because you ain't winning nothing.
You can see
stupid green hat.
It's my lucky hat. It's got my shamrock on it, which means I'm winning where they whine.
It ain't lucky if it's sitting on your head.
Okay, look. Chilai is one of the towns in most of the town where you can look up from your house and see.
Can't see nothing.
Bro, the only light pollution area is what you described, that Chilai Paul area. That's it.
How about the airport?
The town, that's Gates, you idiot.
No, it's not.
Yes. I grew up
well,
in Gates.
it's right there.
It's not the same town.
The light goes over there.
The light goes over there.
The light goes all over the place.
You would be able
all over the place.
With the exception of living near Chilai Paul Wegmans, you'd
Jets
be able
coming
to
in
look up.
day and night.
Not
cargo,
even close. Not even
rail
close.
yards, stock yards, Holiday Inn.
I know exactly where this is.
Oh, you know exactly.
I know exactly. By the way, the
Ooh,
Holiday
where is
Inn
it?
hasn't been open for 20 years, stupid. Go look. You can see the windows broken in when you drive down 390. They whine in Greece.
Oh, look at you, man.
But look at me, what? I can tell you why. And by the way,
take the biggest spot on the board.
why don't you take it every week? Why don't you take it every week?
Because it's wrong.
Is it wrong?
Wrong.
No, you are Mr. Wrong.
You don't have to drive out to Greece because you're close to the lake. You can see better.
Here, do you not know how geography works?
Yeah,
in
I
any
know
of
it
this
works.
place?
It's all over.
Okay.
Outside is geography.
All right, look.
There,
One.
there.
One.
Over there.
This sounds like a guy. You assume that he went on a road trip. He could have driven to a park in the town he was in.
It sounded like he had to pack up the kids to take a ride he wasn't happy about.
Yeah, like to a park.
But
like,
it sounds like he was pissed that he wasted his time.
If we're talking about light pollution that still has enough space where you can drive within the town to go to a park and look up, Greece is the perfect town because most neighborhoods you live in, you got a whole bunch of stuff that's going to keep you from seeing the sky. You're going to go to like Basil Morella Park or what's the one, Kimmy, that used
Basil
to...
Morella?
Whatever, who cares?
I don't know.
I've never heard of that park.
No, it's a park.
Oh, yeah, it's a park.
Basil Morella?
Basil Morella Park.
Basil Morella? That's the one that used to be a dump, right? And that's where everybody goes
No,
sledding?
you're thinking of Frisbee Hill.
Frisbee Hill, thank
Yeah,
you. It's
that's-
literally
yeah.
piles of garbage that they made into a hill.
All right.
And I used to sled down all the time. I feel fine. Not only that, I having grown up on the West Side, if there's going to be a man who's mad at space, they probably live somewhere on the West Side.
Yeah.
There's a lot of space anger on the West Side.
Well, that's why I went with the West Side.
Spanker.
Well, Spanker, yes, Kimmy. Gross. So because of that, they whine in Greece. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule only.
So what's that?
You get one pick.
Okay.
That's it. If you are on hold and you hear someone else say the town you were going to say, you got two options.
All right.
You can hang up the phone, call again next week.
Then I'm out of the game.
No, well, yeah, but we won't hate you for it. Or
Right.
you can pick another town.
Okay.
If we pick up the phone and you go, I was going to say, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has all final say. Are we ready?
Yeah.
252-WCMF, a man who's already been on hold for 15 minutes.
Oh, my God.
He called in the beginning of the last break.
That's a player, baby.
Marty, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Park Ave.
Why Park Ave?
Wild guess.
You held on for 15 minutes for a wild guess.
Hey, may the odds be ever in my favor.
Okay, are you
So you
doing
had to
Hunger Games, you nerd-ass
You
bitch?
knew what it was, though.
Yeah, because I got kids, bro. Marty, I'm sorry, go
So
ahead.
you had to be a Park Ave resident.
With kids, by the way.
Kids,
With children.
kids,
Yes.
And you're interested in checking out the sky, so you had to take a road trip.
Marty, this might be the worst guess we've ever taken on where they're whining. And I'm ashamed of you. I'm ashamed of you.
Well, truth be told, I did have another pick in mind.
What was it?
I'm not saying.
Oh, Marty, you
He's
slide
smarty.
dog.
Smarty Marty, buddy.
Slide dog. Marty, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. He wasted 15 minutes of his
Yes.
life that he will never get
not.
back.
Maybe not.
It ain't Park Ave.
Of course not.
It ain't Park Ave. But no, man, like he's going to be on his deathbed one day. And he's going to be like, if only I had 15 more minutes. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Alex. Alex, where are they whining?
I'm going to go with Webster.
Oh, my, why? Because all the boys are mama's boys in Webster, like you said the last time?
No, I just feel like it's possible, excuse me, sorry, that, like, they could be talking about driving up to, like, Webster Park, like, to the lake, And I haven't guessed Webster in a minute, so yeah, I'm going to go with Webster.
All right, Alex, we got you for Webster. Thanks for the call. Thoughts
Lousy
on Webster?
pick.
I don't hate Webster.
No, but why would you have to take a road trip in Webster when you're literally on the lake?
No, I understand, but you could
And
also
it's clear skies out that way.
But it's also a town that's compact in some places. You got a lot of plazas and stuff that would have light pollution.
Well, who's living on a plaza?
No, I'm saying people live near those.
Bro, I live right next to the dealership. I can see the goddamn sky.
But you lived on a private drive alone with empty rooms in your house, you sad-ass bitch. Check out my fancy life. Let's do a bonfire inside my kitchen. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with my hometown of Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
I think this might be like people who maybe went up to like Durand area, watch the submarine races and hope they can catch some star alignment or whatever, and just didn't work out.
That's it.
That's it.
Right.
I mean, look, I could if we're talking about
sometimes
town.
the simplest thing is the easiest thing.
If we are talking
Kinda
about
like
town,
your sex life, Tommy.
oh my God, Barber! I was gonna defend you, but now I can't bring myself to do it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's not the first time you haven't performed, Duffy.
And a lot of sex.
Whoa.
Watch out for Barber's late show. It gets a little blue. Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 18 and over, ladies and gentlemen. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Mark. Mark, where are they whining, buddy?
I say Pittsburgh.
Why Pittsburgh?
Well, they have to drive, so they got to be in the city somewhere where they have to go out in order to see it. And this lady sounds like she expects everything to be written in stone, if something said.
Okay,
so
now it's interesting.
Like
Mark, it's interesting you heard woman. I heard guy.
So did I.
Really? You think it's a woman?
Yeah.
Why do you think it's a woman, the way that it was written?
Just the way she's bitching.
Oh, were they bitching now?
And everybody
Yeah,
in Pittsburgh has a scope.
Somewhere.
Okay, wait, you don't have a telescope? You live in Pittsburgh?
I got a scope.
Do you call it a scope? You do not have a telescope.
How do you know?
I know you don't because you've talked about how everyone knows a telescope's a pervert, which would check out, but I don't think you have one.
Most people have a telescope.
Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. We got you for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's terrible.
And I don't think, I think this is a man. I don't think this is a woman.
I agree. I heard man, but when Kimmy rereads it after this next pick, maybe we'll have to listen a little
I don't
closer.
think women care about the weather or pay attention to the weather.
Of course women care about the weather.
They don't. Even pilots, man. They don't listen.
What are you talking
Women
about?
don't care about the weather. They never get upset at the weather. They don't care about the weather. How many times has your wife asked you about the weather? Even though she could look it up on her phone.
Every minute of every day. I don't know. I don't really think about it. Kimmy, do you care about space and the weather?
She don't care
I
about
find
the
space
weather.
interesting.
But you don't care about the weather. Look at your hair.
Objection. Leading the witness.
I mean, I care enough to, want to know what kind of coat I have to wear in the morning. That's about it.
Yeah, because you're concerned about your outfit.
No, about being cold. Well, I don't know where I'm confused. Why are you asking me this?
Then you're
Sorry,
always
I was on
cold.
the phone.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more before we get a reread for the folks just joining us. Let's talk to Jason. Jason, where are they whining?
Oh, it's JT.
Doesn't matter. Where are they whining, buddy?
Well, anyway, Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Everybody knows it's the light pollution capital of Southern Monroe County.
Is it the light
Can't argue with that
pollution
logic.
capital
He ain't wrong, bro.
of Southern Monroe County?
Right.
Yeah, got pretty tight in there.
Between the Jeff and the Dome, you can't see.
I mean, I don't hate that
It's
pick.
blinding.
I don't hate that pick. There are several spaces you can go out to, like parks and like nature parks, too.
But you got to drive.
Well, All right, JT, not the worst pick in the world. Thanks for the call, buddy. All right, everybody sit on hold for a second. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us on Where They Whining Tuesday?
Sure can. Did anyone happen to catch the planetary alignment last week? If you say you did, you're lying. Show me your pictures to prove it. Bet you can't, because there was nothing to see. What the media sold us on TV was not what we saw in the sky. All these so-called experts fail to mention that you need a telescope to actually see it, because you can't see shiznit with the naked eye.
Cursing.
Guy.
But we are being very
Weather guy, media.
We're being very 1950s. Women don't curse and don't ever wear a pair of pants to work.
I planned an entire night with my kids around it. Got our winter gear
Hold on. Dads going out with the kids and making them put the winter gear on. That does sound like a mom thing.
All right.
My dad would have let me go out shirtless.
Yeah.
Got our winter gear on, drove out to blank, and nothing. A cloudy sky with a few dull twinkles was all we saw. No different than your basic stars.
By the way, wasn't that your nickname in kindergarten?
What's that?
Dull Twinkles. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
It made me feel like a failure as a parent because I disappointed
That's a
my
guy.
2 young kids who thought they were going to see a planet with rings.
No, I don't think any
That's a
father
dad.
is. You think so?
No mother would say I'm a failure to my children.
No, I don't think any father would admit he was a failure.
But fathers are a failure to your children.
I'll tell you at the end of the post who it was.
Okay.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah.
And you would hold out on us?
Oh, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't.
It doesn't give anything away.
Okay.
So, where was I? Made me feel like a failure as a parent because I disappointed my 2 young kids who thought they were going to see a planet with rings. Not the picture they painted on the news. They made it sound like the planets would be as big and as clear as the moon in the night sky. False. These weathermen need to be held accountable. This is why people don't trust the news and why I personally don't watch anymore. Neither do any of my friends. This whole planet alignment thing was all for ratings, and at this point,
That's a
it's
guy.
just sad. What a joke.
What do we got?
It's a dad.
Come on, man.
No, I thought so too.
What a joke.
252
Do your job.
252. We knew a woman that would say that exact thing.
Yeah, true.
Do your job. Tommy is in Chile. I'm in Greece. Marty stood on hold for 15 minutes and then picked Park Ave.
Drop that load of ass.
Alex is in Webster. Tommy, I lived on a private drive. I don't know. Barbara's in Irondequoit and they just started talking about sex. Mark is in Pittsford. Tommy says that's not true because everyone owns a scope out there because he's trying to sound cool.
Scope Town.
Slanging telescope.
It is Scope Town. You're right.
JT is Henrietta because they are the light pollution capital of southern Monroe County.
That's the perfect way to describe that
It's the
town.
only town in southern Monroe County.
No, there's other towns out that way.
Which one?
Rush.
Is that Monroe County?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, it's like a sea hare
Isn't
inn.
it? Technically, the school district's
Yeah.
Rush Henrietta.
Yeah, I guess you're right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Caleb. Hello, Caleb. Where are they whining?
Hello, Duffy. We're going to go with East Rochester.
Why East Rochester?
I don't like the west side vibes that you and Tommy are feeling. I'm taking this as east side, and I kind of like East Rochester because it'll be tight-knit, ergo more reason that they'll have to travel.
Okay, but here's the
So
problem.
look at it.
It's too tight, bro. You can't get anywhere without light pollution in East Rochester. Ain't going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they had to travel.
Oh, they drove out to Mendon then?
I guess so.
Oh, wait. Where did they drive out to?
Mendon. Where the park is.
We're talking about where the post was posted from, not where these people drove.
All right, we got you for East Rochester. Caleb,
Trying to
thanks
get
for the
me, huh?
call. I don't
Trying to
think.
get me?
Yeah.
Get me.
Well, it doesn't matter. You're not right, so I just want to watch you embarrass yourself. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
I'm going to go Spencerport
Why Spencerport?
because there's no place to, congregate, so you have to drive because everything is so tight, cramped in Spencerport. And this is a woman whining, this is definitely a
Kimmy
woman.
literally just told us it's a man.
Well, I say it's a woman.
No, I don't think you understand. Kimmy has the post. She
who
has
it's written by.
she
I
has
can see the
confirmed
name.
it is a man,
Yeah.
Christine.
But how many wives and husbands share their
Okay,
emails
also
and
possible.
stuff?
No, it's
You're
not,
right.
Christine.
Oh
Why
my
can't you just
God.
admit you were wrong?
It's possible.
What is wrong with
It's
you? It
always
was a
possible.
man.
This take is a woman for sure.
No, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. No,
Yeah.
we know for a fact it's a man. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm going to say you're wrong.
It's okay, Tommy. Pat tried to disqualify you, where I'm the only one so far I believe that's disqualified Pat from this game. So,
Take that.
Yeah. Remember when you used to like Christine?
Yeah. No.
Christine?
Still do.
Great pick.
Still do. You
Okay.
know.
Yes. No, that was great. Thank you for your time
Right.
and for everything you do for everybody. Christine, have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. All right, let's whip through some here. You
All right.
ready? All right, let's talk to Chris. Chris, where they whining, bud?
Morning. Penfield,
Why Penfield?
because the sky's out there.
I don't know if you noticed. Look up. The sky's everywhere, bro.
I know. It was a joke.
Okay, thanks for dragging the show down. That was fun. What else you got? He hung up.
They got
He
this
hung up.
guy's out there, up top there, and the ground's over there on the bottom.
I don't know if you know.
And there's like a middle part.
I was joking, and now I'm hanging up the phone. I came to have fun with you, and I did not have fun. I would also like to know if you have a comment card I can fill out on my way out of here. 252 WCMF. Armand, save the show. Where are they whining, buddy?
I don't know if I can do that. It's already a lost cause. So I'm going Hilton.
Hilton, why Hilton?
Just because you guys don't know how to shut up while Kimmy's reading the post. So it's a bad distraction. You know, it's trying to comprehend what Kimmy's saying. You got Tommy and Pat just going on and on and on. It's like, shut up and let her read.
Hey, man, we're trying to give you gold over here, bro.
I'll talk to Pat about it.
It's a distraction.
It is, Armand,
Kimmy,
you're right.
Next time you read the post, Kimmy, just mute the mic.
You'll still hear them in the background. I can't make any guarantees.
All right, but Armand, you said Hilton. Is there something you heard that indicates Hilton for you?
Well, it's a drive. I think everybody's thinking of like a 10, 15-minute drive, but in Hilton, like a drive is like 5 minutes. So I'm going to go with Hilton.
What are you talking about? It's the stupidest take I've ever heard. You could drive 15 minutes. What are you doing?
Tuesday.
Okay, but let me ask you, though. Because Chris was concerned about something before you. Is the sky in Hilton?
I haven't seen it there recently, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around.
All right. Armand, who claims you can only drive for 5 minutes in Hilton. Thanks,
All right, now.
thanks,
All right.
buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Armand, 252 WCMF. Chris, where are they whining, bud?
They're whining in Penfield.
Why Penfield? Ah! Chris, do you not listen? You need to listen.
I thought he said Bloomfield before. I'm sorry.
Who picks Bloomfield? What a stupid
No,
thing to
people
say.
have picked Bloomfield.
Yeah, they're stupid people. Now, I don't want to make you feel worse, Chris. Not only did another guy named Chris pick Penfield, he was hands down, other than Christine, the worst call we took all day.
Yes.
I disagree.
You're right. This is now the worst call we've taken all day. Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right. Let's finish it up strong.
Oh, yeah.
We would if we had anybody else.
Mr. Closer himself.
252 WCMF.
Mr. Charisma.
Mr. Nuggets is what they call him on the beach.
Oh.
Ben, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Canandaigua, and I know that's my standard pick, but hear me out. So it's somebody in the town, because there's a crap ton of light pollution down there, and they're driving down to there's a couple of state parks down there. There's one specifically, the High Tor Wildlife Management, and they're going down there because they're literally
nerd.
wide open. What? I used to drive the dirt roads down
Why
there.
wouldn't you just drive to the lake and look up?
Well,
Why would you go to a park?
I mean, maybe the lights around the lake with the houses could be too
yes,
bright.
there are. There's lots of lights down there. But I'm just saying, you're going further out into the
This is the
country.
dumbest
so you
take.
get literally no light pollution at all.
You can walk out on a dock and look up.
Yeah, why don't you keep walking off the dock?
Oh!
In the lake.
Oh, Ben, he's got grandkids. Careful.
Oh, no. Yeah, step grandkids. They're not even his.
Oh, Maury says you are not the grandfather. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. God. All right. Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Tommy is in Chile. I am in Greece. Marty is on Park Avenue. Alex went Webster, where she said a couple months ago all the mama's boys live. Barbara is in Irondequoit, then just got really dirty. Mark is in Pittsford, where everybody owns a scope, as Tommy put it. JT picked Henrietta, the light pollution capital of Southern Roanoke County. Caleb is in East Rochester. Christine wasted everyone's time with Spencerport. Chris picked Penfield, tried to make a joke. We misunderstood the joke. He then hung up on us and got upset. Armand is in Hilton because you can only drive in Hilton for 5 minutes,
that's
according to
it.
Armand. Chris disqualified himself after picking Penfield like the other Chris did, and then Ben is in Canandaigua and made it very clear to Tommy, you ain't got no real grandkids, son. They ain't even yours. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Kimmy?
I'm ready.
Let's do this thing.
Rockport! Greece! Fairmore!
Ah, we didn't win. She's too happy.
Where?
Damn it.
They whining!
Oh, no, we have a winner this week.
No, I know, but it's not us because you're never happy when it's
Yeah.
one of us.
I just want to warn everybody to cover your ears.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
They whining in Greece.
Because he picked the biggest bird. Chalk bet.
Oh my! You could have picked it,
Chalk.
dumbass.
I wanted to leave it for the listeners.
Bro, I
didn't want to hog all the good picks.
My ass. We are now over a year since you've won. Tell me if I'm wrong. Am I now the official star chart leader?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh my God!
Because he picks.
It feels so good.
And he's picked Grease every time.
Feels.
I bet you 90% of those stars are
good.
Grease.
Soak it in. Rub it. Touch it.
I think
feel it.
you and I should never be allowed to take Grease.
You feel.
No, I feel like how the Bills
do
feel.
you feel like I
it
do?
was on the table and you passed.
Oh my God!
I don't think we should be allowed to take the largest suburb.
Shut up.
That's not a rule. You can guess whatever suburb
No,
you
but I don't
want.
think it's fair to the listener.
That's how this works.
Why?
It wasn't fair to the listener. You got to pick first every time, and then you bitched and moaned
But
and
I
got to go
always
back
make
first.
sure I don't take the best pick.
My ass, you take Grease.
What's the point
No,
of
I
even
look.
picking?
I will agree with him. He never takes the best pick.
See?
I'll agree with him there. Not on
100%.
purpose. Oh my God! Like I don't even know the responsibility that's now on my shoulders.
Oh, I got a responsibility. Shut up.
That doesn't even make sense. I do have a couple people I'd like to thank.
Yeah, like who?
I'd like to thank Kimmy for inventing this brilliant game, which has allowed me to now become the star chart leader.
Yeah, why don't you
I
kiss
would
my
like
brown star?
I would like to thank everybody who participates every week because without competition, you can't be the legend,
like you.
the greatest of everything. I'd like to thank Tommy Muley for being so bad at this game that it now cleared a space for me to take the lead. I'd like to thank Pete, who's now in second place, and I know you heard it, bitch. How you like that, Pete? Ain't got that no more, bro. Like this is a joy I never understood.
Go ahead,
I
Mahomes.
could feel.
Nobody likes you.
Okay, it's 5, baby, 5.
You know where she can put those fingers?
Yeah, oh my God, I almost got dumb.
We're getting some rule submission changes.
Yes.
Rule submission changes.
After
Yes.
or rule
not
change
right.
submissions. We'll have to review.
Yes.
After
As a
Pat's
commissioner,
pick.
you better get a hold of your game. It's getting out of control.
There are some divisions that people want to be made.
Divisions?
No, there should be
They want-
tariffs
they-
and consequences.
They want certain towns to be broken up into different
Yeah,
parts.
and you pay a tariff on your pick.
Bro, and the pick was brilliant. Angry guy with the space, that's West Side.
Mm.
Dad tried to do something nice for his kids, but with no money, that's West Side. That's my dad all day long.
Yeah, but he's Gates.
Yeah, Gates Grease. What's the difference? Oh, right, I picked Grease. That makes me the champion. 5-star Duffy is what they call me. Is that 4-star Duffy? No. That's 5-star
Pressure's on, everybody. You got some catching up to do.
Let's take a break. Can we get champagne?
Oh, I love some champagne. Christen your head.
You could.
It says dumbass.
It feels like it's my birthday. And
Yeah, because nobody's happy. You made it to another one.
there is a woman who has gone viral
Yeah.
after she required her friends to do this for her birthday.
Oh.
And this is a
She down the hall?
this is it's an only woman thing.
Oh.
And we're gonna do it next year in the break room on CMF. Birthdays are out of control.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, we can agree on that,
Yes.
right? And as the times go on, we start to hear more and more crazy stuff about grown-ass people deciding they were going to do major things for their birthday.
Okay.
And I admit this is extreme, and it doesn't happen on a daily basis, but this only happens in the world of women.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, a story that has gone viral over the weekend. A woman is very upset with her friends.
What happened?
Well, she threw a birthday party, a high-end birthday party for herself.
Nothing sad about that.
So I'm not exactly sure which town this comes from, but this woman was elected to a city council seat.
Oh.
And became like this big deal.
Okay.
And as a celebration for her birthday this year, she threw a massive party that required her friends to pay a $500 cover.
Whoa.
Wait.
Cover?
For what?
So I don't know.
Wait, I want to know what I get for my $500.
So she could-
Just blowing candles all night.
So it's got a location on it. It looks like a bar or like a wedding venue or something like that. It
Yeah.
says, join us to celebrate her name. It's a $500 cover. You are able to bring a +1, though, for an extra $250.
Oh, so the $500 doesn't even cover a couple.
No, just you.
So it's $750 a couple.
Yes. So according to the person who posted this,
Yeah.
none of her friends decided to go,
Yeah, no kidding.
and this person is now furious with them. So you ruined her birthday
Yes.
on account of the not paying the $500 cover charge. Okay.
You price yourself out of your own birthday.
Now, obviously, nobody listening is paying $500
No.
to go to somebody's birthday party.
No.
But how much should you be investing in your adult friend's birthday? Because there's a big difference between men and women here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, Kimmy, it's not out of the question for women to, like, get their friends gifts, pay for dinner and drinks maybe,
Yeah.
maybe even do, like, a spa day or an overnight girls' weekend that the birthday girl gets
Yeah.
taken care of by
Yeah,
everybody.
I guess you could be paying for your own experience. I don't even think gifts are all that common unless it's like a big birthday, like you're 30 or 40. You know what I mean? Like you
Okay.
hit a milestone or something. But I don't even. Yeah, you're right. You're probably spending money more, not so much on gifts, but more like if they want to do something special.
But, like, if you go, let's say you're going to go to a spa, you're not going to let the birthday girl pay for herself. Everyone's going to
True.
chip in.
Or if you're going to
Yeah.
dinner or something, yeah, you
Okay.
probably pay for the birthday girl's meal.
Like, that's standard lady operating procedure. Tommy,
Yeah.
are you even willing to go out of your house for a buddy's birthday?
No. I don't even text them happy birthday.
Well,
when's the
that's
last
weird.
time? When's the time? Even that, like just to text them happy birthday.
Yeah.
You know it's their birthday. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I wouldn't do
But
that.
you-
No. The last time I went out for somebody's birthday, it had to be 20 years ago, and it was awkward as crap.
All right, let's say you
I
are.
feel like we've been invited to dudes' birthday parties.
We don't go. Well, I went to one, and it was at like a
But I
club.
feel
And it was
like
awkward as crap.
The most birthday parties I've been invited to have been guys that we know.
Really?
But that's sad.
It is. I mean, hold on. I'm trying to. Okay. Just taking a beating already today.
Yeah, and it's the same dude.
Shut.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that. I forgot about that guy.
You are so bad.
No,
at
you
this.
brought it up. Not
I
me.
said he's taking a beating, and you go.
Well, you
"Oh,
called it back.
It's the
You
same
called it
dude.
back.
He's taking a beating. It's the same guy.
How does she
guys."
feel about it?
Oh my God.
Maybe it just is the industry we work in, but I
Yeah, a
do
lot of
feel like I've
megalomaniacs,
been-
yeah.
I do feel like I've
Wait
been
a
invited to a lot of
name-calling
men's
guy.
birthdays.
Oh no, I'm the bad one because I think he might be a narcissist. We're all narcissists. Look what we do for a living.
Well, you know
Listen to me talk.
But you know what part of it is too, now that I'm thinking about it?
What is it?
I have been to a lot of guys' birthdays, but it's been birthdays that their wives have planned for them.
Which
so
is
there's
different.
also that too.
And that guy hates
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Hates
this
that.
guy. There's a guy who seemed to enjoy it.
Okay,
he
but there-
would have been
Well, how's his wife
disappointed
feel?
if his wife didn't do it.
No, but there's a buddy you had who had this happen to him. There was a surprise birthday party thrown for him.
Yes. Couldn't stand it.
He was very excited about it.
He had a ball. I did not.
252.
I left before the cake even showed up.
So like
Well,
I'm
you
trying.
don't like cake.
I'm trying to think like.
Yeah.
You know, what is standard operating procedure for a guy's birthday? Because, like, let's say you do go out to get drinks, which I guess isn't out of the question. Like, do you cover drinks for the night? If he wants to get dinner, do you?
I mean,
you pick up his dinner?
yeah, I guess.
Okay.
You don't want to, but all right.
Would you pitch in with other buddies for a guy's weekend?
No.
That's where your line is.
Guys' weekends gotta suck.
Because, like, I'll do it for a bachelor party. Like, I'll do it for a guy getting
But you're
married.
too old for a bachelor party now.
No, you just went on one 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, but it was a lame one. We went to Toronto to go to a Jays game,
Well,
had a couple
but
of
you
beers.
still it still
And it was
required
it was
planning.
only two other guys.
It was my brother and my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law, he's a younger guy, so like we
Yeah.
wanted to, at least
Yeah.
like, hey man, welcome to the family. But yeah, I wouldn't call it like a bachelor party. Like there was no strip club involved. We didn't get
Yeah.
wild. We just drank
It
beers.
wasn't
all night.
fun.
No, I had a blast, but I'm lame now.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. The story that's gone viral: a woman trying to charge a $500 cover for her birthday party. It also doesn't say how old she is. I'm dying, but she was elected to a city council seat, so she's got to be a grown-ass person.
For some reason, like early 40s hits me.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing.
And single.
Yeah, I don't know. If you were her husband, would you have the balls to say, don't do this?
Yeah, because
No, you
wouldn't.
Yeah, but I'm a
You
coward.
wouldn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have if my wife wanted to throw a $500, she wouldn't. But if she did, I wouldn't have the balls to say, don't do this.
Plus, we'd all go.
Yeah, give me. By the way, she's having a $500 birthday party.
You didn't tell me.
Yeah, I'll just give me the money now up front. $100 for every star I got on the chart. You know, it's funny. Kimmy also brought up something that slipped by. She goes, she'll only do it for women. Will do this for major birthdays, 30, 40.
Yeah, I would say like milestones are the big ones that you're planning for.
That's the other difference between men and women's birthdays. Guys' major birthdays are 18, 21. After 21, is there a major birthday for a man?
No.
Maybe 50.
They're just horrible reminders.
But that's what I mean.
Because your ass is getting old. You're gonna get all the novelty joke things like the cane with the horn on it.
I'm kind of looking forward to getting one of those.
Big hearing horn for your ear.
I mean, like women make these massive celebrations for their friends' birthdays every 10 years. Because like Dirty 30, Hoary 40.
Sure.
If they're single, I don't know.
Bitchy
Whatever.
50.
Yeah. Bitchy 50 doesn't even rhyme, bro.
Yeah.
Bitchy 50.
Bitchy
50.
50. 50. Itchy.
Oh, if you use it in like proper stupid English.
No, even if you try and judge it up, it doesn't work.
Judge it up.
No, like I just find it weird because I always assume women were more intimidated by aging.
Well,
but they do embrace their birthdays, though.
Yeah, and
Because they like celebrating themselves.
I think it's to make you feel better
do.
about aging. Not so much that you like aging, but it's like more of a let's feel good about it.
No, but I'm
and
with
trying to pump yourself up.
But Tommy makes a great point. I mean, you have a big party. It is a reminder that you are getting older.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would think women wouldn't like birthdays because giving birth is so painful. Growing old is painful. Like, I would think you wouldn't want to be reminded of any of that stuff.
You're all going to die.
Right. But that's what it is. Like, that's what I always think it sucks when they go to that old folks home and find that one old broad. Hey, you still alive? Jesus, give her a cake before she goes face down in it.
We got back.
God. Got dark.
Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next during the break room. Let's see, Matt. That's going to be Rabbaroo.
Audio Tuesday, Rabbaroo.
For a Tuesday break room CMF, before we get out of here,
What do you got?
we got stuff to give you.
Oh, nice.
Not you. Go to WCMF.com, check out the contest page, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hairball, the bombastic celebration of arena rock on February 21st at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. You must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine. All right, tomorrow's Wednesday. You know what that means?
A little hate going get on.
Yep, hate mail of the week. And here's the thing.
What's up?
This letter isn't really hate as
Oh.
much as it is a man trying to understand something.
All right.
Because we told you a story last week of a juror that was kicked off a jury
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. You remember what he was kicked off for?
No.
He tweeted something.
Oh, yeah.
About
yeah,
the
yeah.
assistant district attorney.
Yes. Yeah, and it wasn't being mean or anything.
Well, he said she was smoking hot.
Right. It was very, polite.
Okay. This man is confused as to why that's a problem. Because in his day, you were allowed to walk up and tell a woman exactly how beautiful you thought she was.
Oh.
And if that is not allowed anymore, well, then how do you do it?
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock tomorrow. Also, there is a mutiny of brewing.
Oh, really? Where?
Well, like after my 5th championship of where they wine.
It's been brewing for a while, but
Yeah.
today it seems like we're really hearing it.
So the commissioner has come up with a new idea because people are upset.
I want to make this fair for everybody. This is everybody's game, Pat.
All right. So, every year the NFL has a rule change committee.
Yeah.
They have a meeting, and they vote on how to make the game better.
Yeah.
And the commissioner apparently has decided
What are we going to do?
it's time to allow our listeners to do that.
Yeah, maybe we don't want to be that league that folds because they didn't listen.
We did that years ago.
to the demands of the people.
So what are we doing?
All right. So tomorrow you want to have an open forum around 9 o'clock.
I think so. I think we should hear out some of these ideas.
You want proposals of new where they wine and rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
good, because I got some.
Shut up.
I can't vote.
Did I hear you say that we'll take one rule change into the new year?
Unless we get some compelling arguments, I'm thinking we make it a goal to make at least one rule change.
Okay. All right. We will get to all of that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here on the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who is ruining the game that we have all grown to love.
I think some of these proposals could make things better.
I don't think she's ruining the game.
Oh, is that why? Because I'm too good?
She'll shut up.
I remember
You
as
know
a
how,
young...
like the Chiefs kind of changed football.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you get a little too good at something.
I remember as a young boy spending a nickel to go down to the Polo Grounds to watch Where They Wine and Live. And that's when the game was the game.
Thank you.
Before you all mucked it up with media and money. For Tommy Muley, who, it's official, we looked it up, has not won Where They Wine in over 12 months.
No, it's been.
It's been over 12 months.
You didn't look up.
I just
So
did it.
When was it?
Hold on, let me check my files.
Yeah,
you
file-
ugly. you're
file
like-
this.
Yeah, it was when you were an ugly bitch.
File
which is
this in your
forever.
face.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. in the break room. Let's CMF.